thanked me very much for bringing this conference to Greenock, so I guess that means some of you had a good time, and I think by the sight of some of your eyes, certainly that is the case. But in a serious point, actually, there's been a real economic boost to Inverclyde thanks to the amount of people that have put their trust in this conference to come here, so thank you very much. Certainly that is the case. But just one technical announcement. As you'll be aware, you'll all have your NEC ballots. I know some people perhaps have had some IT difficulties, so if you go to the main desk at some point during the course of this morning, they'll be able to assist you vote out there, and the ballots will shut at 5 p.m. So without further ado, I'll pass you on to Tasmina Ahmed Sheikh, our conference chair. So if you go to the main desk at some point during the course of this morning, they'll be able to assist you vote out there.
Good morning, conference, and welcome to you all. So before we get started, we're going to watch a short video. Thank you.
Tasmina Ahmed Sheikh, our conference chair. So if you go to the main desk at some point during the course
where once beneath a monarch's feet sat legislation's sovereign powers. That was Robert Burns on Scotland's capital city of Edinburgh. It was one of his poems in English, and in truth, not one of his best. But the poem was right about one thing. This was once the capital of his sovereign country. And although we got our parliament back 20 years ago, and that's a good thing, it was reconvened, it still ain't sovereign. So when I was First Minister, we built a bridge over the River Forth, a railway to the borders. We abolished tuition fees and introduced free prescriptions and set Scotland on the road to a renewable revolution. These were all good things, but it's still another Parliament, this one, on the banks of the Thames, which is sovereign and still calls the shots. That's why Scotland is now out of Europe. Poverty still stalks this land, and why nuclear weapons still contaminate the River Clyde. Indeed, Boris Johnson, as a Tory Prime Minister, has more power, more sovereignty over Scotland than our entire Parliament, and he intends to use it much to our detriment. We have the opportunity to propel Scotland towards independence. Alba has a role, has a significance, and that role, develop, grow, will bloom over the next few years. So Alba is rising.
And I'm sure, like me, we're all looking forward to hearing from our party leader this afternoon. But first, some really important notices, which start with the raffle. As you know, it's a pounder strip through there, and there's some lovely prizes, and that will be drawn just after the lunch break by our Depute Leader, Kenny McCaskill. There's lots of stalls to go and visit. There's the iScot magazine stall, and that, as you know, is a multimedia current affairs and lifestyle publication packed with news and quality features. And that will be drawn just after the lunch break by our Deputy Leader, Kenny McCaskill. In the world and traces its origins back to a battle near a village in Athelstaneford in East Lothian in 832 AD. So it's a lot of important symbolism there and a lot of information available at that stall. Now, there is a new fundraising initiative going on, and Alba Party members are getting early access to it. So please do visit that stall and the lovely Fraser Thompson, who you will find there. There's also the Women Won't Weast stall and the Alba official merchandise stall. There's a baby pics stall. And that's quite interesting because none of you are getting them right. And I just don't know how it's so difficult. But we're going to have a bit of fun later when we give some of your suggestions as to who you thought the babies were. There's some leaflets at the back of the hall. Those who attended the local authority elections political information fringe yesterday, event yesterday, not everybody was able to take away a leaflet. So those who are interested in standing in the elections next May, please do pick up a leaflet from the back of the hall. They're available to you. That, of course, was run by councillors Brian Topping, Lee Wilson, Maureen Bennison and Mike Mackenzie. And just two more wee reminders. If you need to leave the hall during speeches, please kindly do so as quietly as you possibly can so we can hear from our speakers. And the last thing, in case I don't remember, at 11:30 we're going to do a hashtag tweet of Alba21. So if you can tweet hashtag Alba21, that would be great. And I know you all know how to tweet because I looked at your tweets from yesterday. So those are all of the messages, and that allows us now to move to the substantive business and motion number 1 on nuclear weapons. The proposer of the motion has agreed to accept the amendment, so I'm going to ask the proposer, Councillor Lee Wilson, to move the motion with the amendment included, and that will be seconded by Al Harron. So welcome everyone to this important motion. Councillor Lee Wilson.
Conference, I'm in a particularly enviable position in that over the course of the party's future, and indeed even today, we will have much more controversial motions to debate. But I'm equally convinced that we're unlikely to debate anything quite as grave. Now, Alba, the People's Party, has a primary purpose, of course, independence for Scotland. And throughout every campaign before us, until that aim is realised, we will inject the urgency that that debate requires. But Alba has a blank canvas. Throughout this weekend, we have been debating a whole range of policy areas which are dear to us. None more so, I believe, than this one. And therefore, I must implore Conference to reject the immoral and illegal weapons of mass destruction based on the Clyde. For decades, we have been told that the terrors of the world would descend upon us if we were to rid ourselves of our nuclear deterrent, and only by homing nuclear submarines in the Clyde could we be sufficiently safe from the perils of evil. And the people of Scotland have, for years, thankfully, rejected such scaremongering. If our Nordic neighbours, Denmark, Finland, Norway, can all survive without them, then why on earth can't Scotland? But in addition to countering scaremongering from Westminster, we also need to hold the Scottish Government's feet to the fire over their commitments on Trident. Instead of negotiating a 3-year withdrawal from Scotland, which I have no doubt would then drag on interminably, the Alba Party would negotiate removal from day 1 of independence. Instead of 3 days, we would be looking at 3 weeks, in which timescale the expert advice tells us for each missile it is entirely possible to safely remove the weapons and dismantle their warheads. The decision to offer latitude on the timescale for withdrawal is entirely a political one, and one that Scotland undoubtedly need not take. For a moment, consider the political capital that Scotland would have after an independence vote. All the power would be in our hands. John Gower, a Rear Admiral at the time of the 2014 vote, concluded that independence would generate a fundamental and operational issue for the UK's nuclear deterrent. Why? Because there is no port available elsewhere for them to go in the UK. It is inconceivable that Scotland, holding all the power in that situation, should negotiate on the premise that we would hang on to nuclear weapons a little while longer while the UK government decides what to do with them. Why on earth would we do that? On the brink of not only abolishing nuclear weapons from Scotland, but, by default, abolishing them from the UK. Think of the message that would send to the world. Think of the soft power that Scotland could display. Think of the mark that Scotland could make as a global player, not by proliferating nuclear weapons, but by eradicating them. More than that, friends, we need to fully exploit our renewable future. Scotland provides 25% of Europe's wind energy, and as such, we should commit to building Europe's largest wind farm in Europe on that site. Let us build a green Scotland for the future, rather than kowtow to Cold War-era grandstanding. But Conference, Scotland requires the political direction going into any negotiations. We can either caw canny and haggle over Trident, treating nuclear deterrent as a record collection to be divided up between partners, or we can treat it for what it is: inhuman, immoral, and beyond any compromise. Conference, I may paraphrase someone here, and I hope he doesn't mind, but the rocks will melt with the sun before the Alba Party uses nuclear weapons as a bargaining chip in any future independence negotiations. Conference, support the motion as amended. Thank you.
I'd now like to invite Al Harron to second the motion, after whom will speak Robert Reid with the remit back. Al Harron.
As you can tell, I'm also working on taking in the speakers' cards as well, so
Thank you.
thanks very much. No problem. It's like, I think a lot of people who were in other independence parties may have thought one day that they'd be up here speaking to their fellow nationalists. But I'm never prepared for it, because when it comes to a situation like this, and when it comes to a topic like this, the words are very difficult to come by, because I was born in the shadow of Polaris, and that's just across the river from the Holy Loch. And I grew up, just like Chris McElhinney did, just like anybody who was raised in Inverclyde, with the idea that should the terror finally come to a head, we wouldn't have time to say goodbye to our loved ones. We wouldn't have time to get to safety. All we could do is wake up and see a second sunrise. I've been a member of the international organisation May Peace Prevail on Earth. It was founded by Masahisa Goi, born in 1954 in Tokyo. He was a man from a large family and about 9 children in all. And he was a community worker for Japan, as it were, in the run-up to the war. And he was also a pacifist. He was an anti-war protester. And in Japan, that was not a good thing at the time. So he was 28 years old when Hiroshima was bombed. And ever since then, he dedicated his life to ensuring that what happened at Hiroshima and Nagasaki would never happen again. And retaining nuclear weapons on the River Clyde, not too far from the capital city of Scotland, is not on that order. So if conference will indulge me, I'll read a piece from Masahiko Goi's book, Living Like the Blue Sky, because I think it's very relevant for all of us. Why is it that humanity is divided into different nations and ethnic groups? It is because each group has its own mission. We can compare these missions to different colours. There is blue, there is yellow, there is red. The different colours blend together harmoniously and enhance each other, creating beautiful new colours. In the same way, different ethnic groups have their own missions, and as they accomplish these missions, they help each other and bring about great harmony in the earthly world. However, when human beings enter this physical world, we forget about these heavenly missions and instead begin to turn against one another. We become selfish, interested only in protecting our own country or group. If our colour, our mission, is blue or red or white, we only want to protect our own blue or red or white nation. When we have experienced this to the very limit, we finally realise that this can go on no longer. Masahisa Goi has passed away, but his legacy lives on. I attend the Allenton Peace Sanctuary celebrations, and one of the things that we do is that we work upon the mantra, may peace prevail on earth. And in Scottish Gaelic, that would be Gumari Shi Gaver an Talamh. I hope I have pronounced that correctly. And it's It's with great sadness that I'm not making this speech at an SNP conference, but it is with great honour that I'm seconding this motion at the Alba Party Conference. I plead with you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Al. I'd now like to call Robert Reid to move the remit back, to be followed by Paul Donaldson, who will second the remit back. Robert.
Well, hello conference. This is my first ever conference, and hence the first time I've ever spoken at one. And I'd just like to give a little thanks to Christina Henry and Josh Robertson, who helped me with the procedure of setting up a speaking point today. You must think I'm a wee bit mad to choose to remit back such a popular motion in my first conference speech. But I'm doing so because I believe debate and different opinions are vital to any party. I'm sure, like me, it's one of the many reasons why you have all left the SNP. To make it clear, I think nuclear weapons are an abomination and an obscene waste of money, especially when we have poverty levels like we see today in the UK and Scotland. They are an archaic throwback to make people like Boris Johnson and Jacob Rees-Mogg feel like Britain is still a world power. However, I disagree with the wording of a specific part of this motion, as I believe it sets an unrealistic timetable for the removal of Trident and weakens Scotland's position at the negotiation table with the UK. Independence negotiations with the UK will be extremely difficult, and having the only place in the British Isles that can adequately store Trident is an extremely strong position of leverage over the UK government. This leverage will be vital in securing the best deal for our new nation. Trident could stay for a period of time after independence, at huge expense to the UK Treasury. I think setting our commitment to removal on day one would be leaving our negotiations hamstrung. By setting such a red line as day one of independence, it leaves little room to manoeuvre during negotiations. The position in 2014, one that Alex Salmond and many of us here supported, was that we would remove Trident at the earliest possible moment. What has changed? I believe that reflects the realpolitik of the situation we are in. We want this transfer of these weapons to be a safe one, and setting an arbitrary deadline like day one of independence, as brilliant as it may sound, I feel is an error. Just like a final comment, and it's a bit off topic, but I'd like to say I was too young to vote for independence and vote for the party under SNP under Alex Salmond. But I joined the SNP soon after his resignation because of the enthusiasm he had created within the movement. I'm sad that enthusiasm has now faded within the SNP, but I'm delighted now I've found a true political home in Alba where discussions, disagreement and debate are welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I'd now like to invite Paul Donaldson to second that remit back, to be followed by Murdo Ritchie, who will speak in favour of the motion. Paul.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Lee Wilson for moving this resolution. I sent an amendment in calling for the removal of Trident within 2 years of independence that I'd hoped would be on the agenda, but it's not. So instead I'm asking conference to remit this back. As a new party, we need to build up the trust of voters. If we make a promise, we need to be sure we can deliver it. As much as I'd like to see Trident to be completely gone on day one of independence, I'm not sure if this is achievable. Hopefully, after Scotland votes yes, the UK realises that keeping or renewing Trident would be an immoral and financially ruinous decision. Scottish CND have published a paper called Disarming Trident, which sets out a detailed plan to remove Trident within 2 years. The report can be found at www.banthebomb.org. To oversee the process, the Scottish Government would have to recruit, security clear and train a team of inspectors, which all takes time. The three main parts to Trident are the submarines, the missiles and the nuclear warheads. The plan would bring the submarines back to the Clyde and remove the keys and triggers, effectively putting the missiles and warheads beyond use within 2 weeks. The warheads and missiles
could then be moved into storage at Coolport, and then the empty submarines moved back to Faslane, or preferably moved out of the Clyde altogether. The longest phase in the plan would be the removal of nuclear warheads by road convoy from Coolport to the Burgfield Atomic Weapons Establishment in Berkshire. The report suggests one convoy per month, each carrying 8 or 9 nuclear warheads, meaning their complete removal from Scotland within 2 years. The timescale minimises safety risk and disruption resulting from more frequent convoys. When the final nuclear warhead has been removed, there should be a national holiday to celebrate Scotland becoming a nuclear weapons-free nation. The paper doesn't discuss timescales for removal of the empty submarines from Faslane. This would be negotiated with the UK along with any rental payments for temporarily using Faslane. It's the UK's decision to scrap them, build another base or move them abroad. There should be no suggestion of the submarines permanently staying in Scotland. The Greens recently claimed they could remove Trident using devolved powers. Like everything else from the Greens, this is pie in the sky. The only way to remove this abomination from Scotland is with independence. In my view, it's important to properly consult the local community on reuse of the land following the removal of Trident. A wind farm is one of the possible options that could be put before the community, but simply coming along and telling local people what's going to happen without consultation is not an approach that I think will go down well. Paragraph 3 talks about building Europe's largest wind farm at Coolport. The second largest wind farm in Europe is at Whiteley, and it covers a vast area of 55 square kilometres. The land at Coolport and Faslane covers a small fraction of this, so I would question whether building Europe's largest wind farm there is a realistic proposal. So please remit this motion back today, and let's come back next time with a more realistic policy and give the clear message that we'll never accept nuclear weapons in Scotland. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Now Murdo Ritchie to speak in favour of the motion, to be followed by Marion Plunkett, who will also speak for the motion. Murdo.
Thank you. Thank you, fellow delegates. Timetables are technical things. What is required is the will and determination to remove nuclear weapons from Scotland as quickly as possible. Nuclear weapons are not just epitomised by events, they are a process, an eminence gris that lies in the background at all times. The biggest problem with the removal of nuclear weapons is not going to be simply just the removal. There are many nationalists do not imagine that Scotland can be partitioned in the way as happened in Ireland. And it may not happen in that way. But there are mechanisms through which partition can be projected. Such things as policies for a joint Royal Navy, legal immunity for NATO troops in the vicinity of Faslane, and so many other features that can undermine any operational or genuine form of independence. One of the biggest features that we have to also recognise is that even if a commitment and an abolition of removal of nuclear weapons from Faslane takes place, the continual membership of NATO still brings US and French nuclear submarines in to Scotland, as well as aircraft from the United States. I have not been a member of the Scottish National Party. I know the party of the SNP was to support NATO. I believe that Alba has to recognise that it is not a continuer of SNP policy. And the question of the continuation of NATO membership is made more problematic by NATO 2030, and the recent summit, extending its boundary into the Indo-Pacific area where any perceived attack could potentially now trigger an Article 5 mobilisation within NATO. This has increased dramatically the possibility of nuclear conflict. It is sad that I know that a number of people have put in motions on the question of NATO. It will have to be discussed properly, and it will be essential if we are going to implement this policy properly. So I speak in favour of the motion, but with that qualification and the hope and aspiration that a much more fully rounded debate will also occur. Thank you, delegates.
Thank you very much indeed, Murdo. I now call Marion Plunkett to speak for the motion, to be followed by Councillor Jim McElhenny, who will speak against the remit back. Marion Plunkett, welcome.
Thank you, Tasmania. Good morning, Conference. I hope you'll indulge me for a moment as I read this to you. Can you hear the H-bomb thunder, echo like the crack of doom, while they rip your skies asunder, and fallout makes the earth a tomb? Do you want your homes to tumble, rise in smoke towards the sky? Will you let your cities crumble? Will you see your children die? That's from a song that my parents used to sing when I was a child. And I stand here today, I had no intention of speaking, but I feel that I have to on behalf of my parents, because I'm honoured to be the daughter of two of the original inhabitants of Faslane Peace Camp. When I was 4 years old, I lived on the side of a road in a tent where Navy personnel would drive past, throw cans of juice and cans of beer and chippies and anything else that they had at me as I played at the camp. And all my life, nuclear weapons have always played a massive part in the development of, I suppose, my political interests as well. So this motion is important to me because I live in the blast zone. I don't even get a 4-minute warning. The bomb falls, I'm gone. And I've lived with this notion all my life. Previous speakers have mentioned it. For me, there is no negotiation. Nuclear weapons must be removed from Scotland. And I firmly believe that the negotiations for that should begin on day one of our independence. It won't happen overnight. It's impractical to presume that it will, but it will happen. Why? Because it's what we, the people of Scotland, want. So I won't bore you terribly much with long drawn-out words. I've said what I've come to say, and I've spoke for my mum and dad, who've spent a lifetime campaigning to have these god-awful things removed. So thank you for your time today, and I ask you to support this motion and to have faith that our party and others who have a vested interest in this will negotiate the very best deal for us when that time comes. But never, ever should any one of us take our foot off the pedal in driving the initiative to have these weapons of mass destruction gone forever. Thank you.
Thank you, Marion. I now call Councillor Jim McElhenny to speak against the remit back, to be followed by our final speaker, Tommy Sheridan. Councillor Jim McElhenny.
I would like to say I'm a first-time speaker, but I can't. Good morning, Conference. I wasn't intended to speak at this motion. However, I felt that due to my 41 years' experience working in the Ministry of Defence, 18 months of that time working at Whitehall, all the other times working at Coolport and Fastlane. I thought I might as well come up here and put my tuppence worth in. I started my career in 1976 at the age of 16. Didn't really know much about nuclear weapons that particular time. I took the job because it was the highest paid out of the 3 apprenticeships I was offered at that particular time. I could have been a TV engineer for £6.50, a gas fitter for £11, or I joined the MOD for £18.50. At 16 years of age, I thought, well, I'm going for the big money. Unaware, quite a sheltered upbringing, I suppose, what it really meant, what I was enjoying, joining a broad apprenticeship, and then at the age of 24, I was moved to a post as an electrical fitter, Polaris front end, where I processed, built and assembled and disassembled the re-entry bodies of the Polaris nuclear weapon system. From then, I've done a variety of jobs, maintenance, electrical maintenance, emergency safety systems, etc. Moving up through my career into management, latterly in 2017 when I retired, I was employed as a nuclear safety design engineer, which looked at to ensure that the facilities that we have, the nuclear facilities, that were safe to operate. All through that time, when it came to election times, my work colleagues would chastise me and saying, why are you voting for the, as it was then, until very recent, why are you voting for the SNP? You're voting yourself out of a job. I said, well, I vote for the SNP because it's not about me. It's not about my job. It's about my... It's about the future. It's about my kids' future. That's what I'm voting for. I don't care if I lose the job, if we get rid of nuclear weapons. I don't care. I'm looking at the future. So, as I said, throughout the years, I've always had that mantra, and it got to a stage that through my trade unionism representing members, I had to go in front of the Commodore with a member, and I had a yes badge on my lanyard, my security lanyard, and the Commodore said to me, why are you wearing that badge? And at that time I had a number of badges, so I went through the pantomime. I said, which badge are you talking about? My 50 pint blood donation badge, my Alzheimer's Scotland Friends badge. No, you know what badge? Oh, the yes badge. Why am I wearing the yes badge? I said, because I'm a yes man. You want me to do a job for you? I'm your man. No, why are you wearing that badge? I was like, oh, you think because I support independence that I'm anti-nuclear, I'm anti-Trident? See, if that's the case, I'd be a security risk. I shouldn't be here. And he quickly changed the subject. So getting to the subject, moving against the remit back, we can get rid of nuclear weapons from day one. There is no doubt about it. Negotiations will start leading up to whenever Independence Day is declared. And there's no way that we should have nuclear weapons as a bargaining chip. No way whatsoever. From day one of independence, we get rid. And it's up to them to get rid of the weapons of mass destruction. Support the motion and vote against the remit back.
Thank you, Jim. And now to our final speaker, Tommy Sheridan. Tommy.
Thanks very much, Tismina. Can I just say, brothers and sisters, that I think the debate has been great, and I really am anxious that we don't look for disagreement where it doesn't really exist. I've got to applaud both Robert and Paul for the way they've spoken today, and it's quite clearly that we're on the same side. We're clearly on the same side. We recognise that nuclear weapons are immoral, they're inhuman, and they're unacceptable here in Scotland. there is a disagreement. There is a disagreement over words and what the words actually mean. I would argue that this conference, this inaugural conference, is about laying down your principles, laying down what you believe in, laying down what is and isn't non-negotiable. There is details. Jim's just made a marvellous speech there. And there are details that have to be elaborated. We have to work and support the arms diversification policies that have been developed by the STUC and others. One of them that I read not that long ago suggested that we could afford to lay off all of those involved in nuclear weapons employment in Scotland and pay them £500,000 a year, and it would still be cheaper than keeping nuclear weapons. So we can work on the details. We can work on the details in relation to NATO and whether we support retaining membership of NATO. I share the brother's point about not wanting to be a member of that particular sullied and dirty club. But that isn't in the motion yet, because we're establishing our principles. And what is the principles of Alba? The principle is that no way nuclear weapons will be acceptable in an independent Scotland, not from year one, not from year two, but from day one. Day one. We say to the people of Scotland, and this is an important issue, brothers and sisters. You all know it. Some of you have signed the petitions like I have. Many of you have marched against nuclear weapons like I have. Many of you have been outside the nuclear base like I have. Some of you have been in jail like I have against nuclear weapons. We will continue to take those actions. Continue. And what we say in building the general support, not just for Alba, but for independence, to those people who say to you all the time, they did it in 2014, I don't like this person, I don't like that person, therefore I'm not voting for independence. We have to say, independence is not about people, it's not about a party. Independence is about our country and the future generations who live in our country. Independence. Independence, brothers and sisters. Independence to me is summed up in the placards that get brought, and I'm sure they'll be there next Sunday in Glasgow's George Square, as they always are at the Hope Over Fear rallies. I'm sure they'll be there. That placard that sums up all of our hopes and all of our visions, brothers and sisters. That placard that says, Burns, not bombs. That's what this party's all about. Burns, not bombs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Tommy, and thanks to all delegates for an excellent debate. We will now move to the vote. First, can I see cards raised for all those in favour of the remit back? Thank you, and all those against the remit back? Now can I see cards for all those in favour of motion 12, which is to remove weapons of mass destruction from day one of Scotland being re-established as an independent country? All those in favour? Thank you very much indeed. The motion is passed overwhelmingly. We now move to motion number 13, still staying with the subject of nuclear and nuclear energy, to be moved by Hamish Vernal. Hamish Vernal. While Hamish is making his way to the stage, I don't have a formal seconder cards in. Can I ask conference to give me a formal seconder from the audience, please? Thank you very much indeed. Hamish, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Conference. It's always bad to start with an apology, but actually I don't know very much about nuclear energy. The proposer didn't turn up, and so Chris said 10 minutes ago, would you propose this resolution?
It's a secret.
Fellow Alba delegates, MD know anything about nuclear energy? The resolution is in 3 parts, and I'm going to start at the end and work back to the beginning. To refuse any cooperation for the future expansion of nuclear energy in our country. I'm going to give you a personal view. I believe that nuclear-powered electricity is neither clean nor green. It's a contaminant in our land. I stand to be corrected by any scientist in the audience, but my understanding is that the nuclear rods, which are extremely potent, are in a liquid, could be water, and that becomes contaminated. How do we deal with this over time? Because time is really important in terms of the potency of that liquid and these rods. We're not talking in tens of years or even hundreds of years. For these potent nuclear rods, they have a half-life of thousands of years. That means they will decay in their potency over several thousand of years. They won't become out of that potency for several thousand years, up to 10,000 years. And what is our policy for dealing with this contaminant? Dig a hole and bury it. Aye, right. And that leads back to the second part of the resolution, which is the refusal now to take any more waste from other countries across the road. We've got a bad enough problem here in Scotland, and we're going to have to deal with it in some way. To take other people's waste from their country, I'm sorry, deal with it yourself. And that takes me back to the first part of the resolution and the cracks at Hunterston. We can only look at experience across the world where accidents have happened or human error has taken place. In recent years, look at what happened in the natural disaster in Japan at Fukushima. That has huge implications, not just for the people around Japan, but for people further across the world, and for our environment, the land and the sea beside it. And then at Chernobyl, the effects of that will be felt and continue to be felt for hundreds of years. Look at what's happening to the people born with fetal abnormalities, the cancers that come from the result of Chernobyl. We risk that at Hunterston, and we need to stop it, and we need to stop it now. Halt any expansion of the regulations. As I said, I don't know much about nuclear energy, and I stand to be corrected by people in the audience who know more about it. But please support this resolution. Nuclear-powered electricity is ultimately a contaminant in our land. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Hamish. The original proposer, Fiona Sinclair, couldn't be here this morning, so she has asked Denise Somerville, who will now second the motion on her behalf. Welcome, Denise.
Thank you, Taz. Thank you, Conference. I've been asked to speak on behalf of Fiona on this resolution. 30 years ago, I stood at the porch of Kesnock Bridge in Inverness, having been asked to be a part of a telephone tree organising a blockade of a shipment of nuclear waste going to Dunray. The only media articles of this event are incorrect in stating that 3 people took part in that blockade, because I can name 6 who were there, and there were a number of others who I didn't know. Our blockade made the evening TV news, and I took photographs and wrote an article for the Scots Independence. Although the shipment was being tracked, I do apologise, I'm really nervous, this is my first time. Although the shipment was being tracked by Greenpeace, they lost the track, and we only knew that it crossed the Scottish borders because of anti-nuclear activist and SNP member called Ian Thompson, known as the Scottish anti-nuclear movement as the man with the van, who spotted the shipment. Ian was stalwart and went to prison for his activism. I joined SNP in 1987 in the run-up to the general election. There were 2 things that helped me decide to commit to joining the party at this point. The reactor at Chernobyl exploded in 1986, and it remains, in spite of the ongoing catastrophe of Fukushima, the world's worst nuclear accident. The previous year, Willie McRae, a senior figure within the SNP, was found dead in mysterious circumstances. Given that his fellow anti-nuclear campaigner and English activist Halder Murrow was murdered in 1984. Willie McRae was a key figure in campaigning against plans to dispose of nuclear waste in Ayrshire. He represented the SNP's public inquiry where these plans were rejected, and McRae was credited with single-handedly preventing the area from becoming a nuclear waste dump. This was a major setback in plans to create the nuclear dump in Scotland. He was due to take part in the Dunray public inquiry prior to his death. In spite of all this history, anti-nuclear activists were told in the early 90s that at least part of the SNP leadership considered that nuclear power was not an issue. Indeed, the lack of support for the environment as a whole would have meant that had the Alba Party's proposal for a third of delegates to continue a quorum for conference had been applied to those events, the environment would never have been discussed at all. I set up an environmental group within the SNP, but this folded when I left in 2000. There was never any sense of urgency about the various environmental threats facing Scotland amongst the politicians, nor any real wish to understand the impacts of health of Scots, or even on the economic health. The contribution that such campaigning would have made to the case of independence was simply not even listened to. There is a wealth of information if you seek to find it and read it about the stupidity of nuclear energy. The upfront costs of the construction are enormous and are always escalating. The length of time it takes to plan and build nuclear power stations will mean that the new nuclear cannot possibly play any role in preventing climate change. The storage of waste are deeply problematic and have unlimited costs. The half-lives of various radioactive components of the waste will outlast by several orders of magnitude the length of the longest-lasting human civilization. Only the Finns have considered this. They are planning the nuclear storage using symbols, as are not counted on written language surviving the tens of hundreds of years in which these wastes will still be highly radioactive. In fact, the real cost financially, in terms of health, will be borne to you, not the corporations. It is extremely risky to keep old nuclear plants like Hunterston going well by their sell-by date, let alone to double the permitted number of reactor core tracks, as has happened. And that's even before you factor in the increased risk of storm surges for both old plants and new nuclear. So why would we have nuclear power in Scotland? Why would we spend billions of money on a dangerous technology when our country has such enormous potential for renewable energies of every kind and for large benefits and energy saving through retrofitting insulation to our housing stock? I cannot fathom why the Conference Committee passed the amendment that has been attached to this resolution. It is the only amendment selected that deletes part of the resolution, and it actually negates the whole thrust of the resolution. It would have been more honest to simply speak against it. Please pass the resolution, but not the amendment. Unless you do this, the Alba Party will have a policy on nuclear energy that is worse than the Green Party's or the SNP. Moreover, the amendment has given the Alba Party approval to devolve governments in Scotland to agree to the expansion of nuclear power in Scotland under the control of UK Government. If you are not ashamed of the prospect of that, you should be. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I now call David Harding to move the amendment, to be followed by Nick Jury, who I think is also seconding the amendment. David Harding.
Conference, I'd first like to thank you for this opportunity. I feel truly privileged to be here at Alba's inaugural conference, helping to shape our vision for Scotland. This weekend has rekindled the optimism and excitement I felt in 2014 as part of the Yes movement. Real issues are being debated: commitments to women, to democracy, to freedom of expression, to ending poverty, and the promise of removing the scourge of nuclear weapons from our nation are enshrined in policy that we can be proud to present to our fellow Scots. That is why I felt compelled to propose this amendment. It is imperative that we get our energy policies right. And while I wholeheartedly agree and endorse the first 2 points of the presented motion, I cannot, in good conscience, support a policy that will exclude from consideration a technology that has in the past 50 years prevented over 1.84 million air pollution-related deaths and the release of 74 gigatons of CO2 emissions that would have resulted from fossil fuel burning. We do not have the luxury of outright rejecting nuclear power if we are serious about preventing a climate change catastrophe. I'm not for one moment proposing we turn away from renewables. Scotland is in the fortunate position of being one of the few places in the world where wind turbine efficiency averages over 30%. And in 2020, the equivalent of 97.4% of Scotland's electricity generation was from renewables, predominantly wind. I'm sure many of you are asking yourselves, if we are already producing most of our energy from wind and hydro, why do we still need power plants? The simple answer is, it's not windy all the time, even when we take into account Boris Johnson's blustering. Scotland's electricity generation is part of the national grid. The UK-wide infrastructure that ensures whether you switch on the kettle at John O'Groats or Land's End, it will receive a 230-volt supply at 50 Hz. When Scotland has an excess of electricity production, it is sold to consumers in other parts of the UK, and fossil fuel generators south of the border can turn generation down. However, when it isn't windy, or when there is too much wind for turbines to operate safely, we become dependent on electricity transfers from England and Wales. 50% of electricity production across the UK is from oil and gas, 21% from nuclear, with only 24.5% being from renewables. Scotland cannot extricate ourselves from the national grid, nor will we want to, as the economic viability of our renewables sector is dependent on it. Let us be under no illusions. One way or another, Scotland will be dependent on nuclear power. Whether that generation occurs here or south of the border is irrelevant, and I have no problem with that, and neither should you. Why? Because nuclear power is amongst the cleanest, most efficient ways of generating electricity that exists. It is also one of the safest. What about Chernobyl, Fukushima, or 3 Mile Island? Undoubtedly, these were disasters and should not be taken lightly. But we do need to put things in context. The death count from Chernobyl currently stands at 60, Fukushima 1, and none from 3 Mile Island. The outrageous claim by Greenpeace that 200,000 people will die as a result of Chernobyl is frankly a disgusting lie. The International Atomic Energy Agency has placed the future total at 4,000. Still awful, but far less. This is in line with the findings of the United Nations Scientific Committee on the Effects of Atomic Radiation, from which I quote, "Apart from the dramatic increase in thyroid cancer incidence among those exposed at a young age, and some indication of an increased leukemia and cataract incidence among the workers, there is no clearly demonstrated increase in the incidence of solid cancers or leukemia due to radiation in the exposed populations. Neither is there any proof of other non-malignant disorders that are related to ionizing radiation. Any loss of life is tragic, but deaths associated with nuclear power pale in comparison to the 4.2 million that the World Health Organization estimates die annually due to ambient air pollution. Conference, we could spend all day debating the merits and flaws of nuclear energy. We could discuss how 70 years of nuclear generation in the United States has barely produced enough high-level waste to fill this hall, and that with reprocessing, 95% of it could be reused as fuel and the remainder chemically separated into materials with a half-life of only 500 years, as opposed to thousands. We could acknowledge the millions of lives saved annually thanks to the nuclear isotopes used medically that are a direct product of nuclear power. Or we could acknowledge that while nucleotides that result from nuclear power do take a long time to degrade, they will eventually. The elemental carcinogens like arsenic, cadmium and chromium that routinely blow from the ash lagoons at Longannet into the lungs of Fifers will be a blight on Scotland until the end of time. Instead, and in conclusion, Conference, I propose we pass this amendment, pass the motion, and leave every option on the table to address the disaster that is climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, David. I now call Nick Jury to second that amendment. Can I please kindly request, I know many people are speaking for the first time, there's a lot of speakers, and I really want to hear from you all. I know the delegates do. Please kindly keep your comments restricted to the standing orders, which is 3 minutes. Thanks very much indeed.
Sure. So, Conference, I'm not instinctively pro-nuclear. In fact, I joined the SNP in 2011 because of the commitment to reindustrialisation through renewable energy. As David said, Scotland is uniquely blessed in terms of its renewable capacity. But there's something else to consider. With the last Scottish Government energy statement, 42% of our electrical generation came from nuclear energy. Now, as you've probably heard, internationally, looking at the globe, our house is burning down. Methane hydrates throughout the Arctic and Siberia are melting. They are many, many, many times more potent in terms of their greenhouse effect than CO2. We are approaching an event horizon in terms of our greenhouse gases and climate change. Frankly, we don't have the luxury of time, and we are in the fortunate position that we are exporting electricity. And yes, we have between 60 to 200 gigawatts of potential renewable energy, and yes, we must reindustrialise our country on that basis. Yes, absolutely. That's why I'm here today. That's why I got up in the morning to, this is what we're trying to achieve, a reindustrialised economy through renewable energy. But we have 42% of our electrical generation from nuclear energy. That's not carbon emissions. We owe it to the world as an oil-producing nation to try and do our bit to bring down that CO2. We don't have the luxury of time. That's all I've got to say.
Thank you very much indeed. Can I now call Joan Kirk, who will speak against the amendment, to be followed by Sarah Sawyers, who will speak in favour of the motion. Joan Kirk, please, to be followed by Sarah Sawyers. Thank you. Is Joan in the hall? Oh, I beg your pardon. Thank you very much indeed. What's John? John.
Yeah.
Apologies.
Sorry.
Apologies, I called you Joan.
Oh, well, I've changed my seat.
You're in the wrong party. Thank you very much.
This is all that I can really say. Well, I've been in engineering for the last 40 years. Recently retired. I've never been a member of a political party until there was the possibility of a supermajority to achieve independence immediately. So good morning, conference. I'm not used to this sort of speaking, so you need to bear with me. The premise seems to be that there aren't enough renewables currently to replace nuclear, that we need nuclear. A lot of this has come from very learned people. Going back to the 2008, 2015, there was a Dr. Mackay from Cambridge that produced a very useful paper, and I published the book that's available to anyone. And that analysed the amount of space, if you like, that could be transferred over to generating renewables. And it came out quite clearly saying that there wasn't enough space, so you really need nuclear. Otherwise, the whole energy policy for the UK doesn't work. There's been various reports, even going back to the justification for Torness. There's figures produced that over the lifetime of Torness, if a fraction of the money that it took, even in the development and analysis, far less the building of Torness, if that amount of money was used in energy reduction measures, simple things like insulation, using efficient light fittings, today's standard of electric motors rather than those that were produced 10 years ago. There's so many energy reduction methods that are available today, not in 15 or 20 years' time, when if you initiate a nuclear plant build today, it's not going to come online for another 10, 15 years. So in my view, the focus needs to be on renewables. The problem, as was highlighted earlier, is that renewables are variable. Wind, you've got no idea when the wind's going to blow. The sun, you've got no idea how sunny it's going to be tomorrow. As far as tidal is concerned, it's very predictable, so it's a great resource that needs to be developed more. And as far as the European Union is concerned, in Scottish waters, there's something like almost half of the potential generation for Europe is in Scottish waters. So interconnects to Europe are where we should be focusing our future energy policy. There will always be interconnects to England because they have, at certain times, excess power in the shape of nuclear that they can't get rid of. And if you look at the Westminster policy in recent years, they have, rather than taking the shortest route for interconnects to Europe, they seem to go down to Blyth and further south, and increasing. There's now the longest HVDC cable underwater going across to Norway,
going down to England rather than taking the shorter route, which was almost 100 kilometres shorter. So why was that? Was it political, or was it from my background in engineering? It's cost benefits. So the future to me is that we need to invest now in redeploying the workforces that are in nuclear, both armaments and civil nuclear, and oil and gas. There needs to be actual investment in creation of jobs in areas that are going to benefit us in the long term. Now, the good thing about these aspects is you have, well, at the moment you've got lithium batteries. You know, Elon Musk installing batteries in Australia everywhere to level out power demand. Yep, almost there. 2 minutes.
No, you don't have. You don't have 2 minutes. You've got 2
seconds. 2 minutes always extend, but you have to say that to begin with. The other aspect is there's new battery technologies.
We're at 5 minutes now, John. I just want to hear lots of speakers. Thank you. If you can just kindly wind up your mics, I'd really appreciate it. If you can kindly wind up your mics, I'd really appreciate it.
So the final thing is a lot of pressure on nuclear developments are to do with the SMR, or small modular reactors, being pushed by Rolls-Royce. Their test bed is in Hunterston, at what was called HMS Vulcan at Dounreay. That should always be removed.
Thank you very much indeed, John. Thank you. I now call Sarah Solius, who will speak for the motion. Sarah, you have 3 minutes. Thank you. To be followed by Andrew McKinnon to speak against the motion. Andrew will also have 3 minutes, and I'm going to be strict now. Thank you, Sarah.
Hi, hello, conference. Right, I will rattle through this as fast as I possibly can. Let me begin with the amendment. As far as I can understand it, we've already voted against this amendment because we voted for bairns, not bombs, didn't we? Right. So I had the dubious privilege of working in the television industry for some years as an investigative reporter, producer, writer. And among the projects I undertook was a documentary about Dounreay and an explosion which took place in the waste shaft at Dounreay, which programme led eventually, or helped to lead, but was a significant point at which the end of Dounreay as a power production plant was written on the wall. What I discovered in the process was our nuclear industry, nuclear energy industry, is subsidised. The figures that make it look as if it is a profitable industry ignore the fact that the profits that keep it going are coming from the sale of its waste products. Those waste products, highly enriched uranium, depleted uranium, plutonium. In other words, without our nuclear energy, we have no nuclear arms industry. And I believe we just voted against the nuclear arms industry. Right. As for the clean, safe power that is generated, in 1966, there was an incident in a Dounreay reactor. Very shortly after that, a large amount of depleted uranium rods, and some of them actually highly enriched uranium rods, in fact, almost the exact equivalent of a nuclear core, were dumped into what had been designated a low-level waste shaft. That very close relationship between the rods from a nuclear core, which would have meant they had a runaway criticality very close to Chernobyl, which they got under control and hid by dumping it in that waste shaft, blew up. They dumped a ton of boronated glass on that, wasn't a core, of a reactor that they dumped in a low-level waste shaft in a cliff. And eventually, in 1978, I believe, for reasons that made absolutely no scientific sense, it exploded. And it jettisoned material all over the foreshore. I have the pictures. I made the documentary. It contaminated the entire site. Worse, it blew the waste shaft open. Today, the foreshore around Dounreay is so profoundly contaminated that SEPA says it can never be remediated. Thank you. This is our nice, safe, clean nuclear energy, my friends. It has completely destroyed and will go on destroying as the contents of this waste shaft come out onto the foreshore, the northern coast of Scotland, of Sutherland. We're not looking at Hunterston in America or Chernobyl in Russia. We're looking at Dounreay in Scotland and what it's already done to our country. And we're asking whether this is clean, safe energy. So, with my entire heart and soul, I beg this conference to pass the resolution and to reject this well-meaning but profoundly misinformed amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Sarah. I now call Andrew McKinnon, who will speak against the motion, to be followed by Ian Chisholm, who will speak in favour of the motion. And I'll see if I can take any more speakers after that.
Good morning, Conference. Can I just say how excellent it is to be here in a room full of independent supporters. Now, we've just heard that the proposition don't know much about nuclear energy. I'd have to agree. We're being told the reactor core at Hunterston. Well, there's 2 reactors at Hunterston. The motion talks about any other power plants in Scotland. A rudimentary Google search would reveal that the other is Torness. Why is it not featured in this motion? Conference, it's because it's poorly researched. And given that we can't even identify how many reactor cores there are at Hunterston, I'd like to suggest that the Office for Nuclear Regulation is better placed than this delegation to decide on the safety features of that power plant. Let's talk about the environment. The IPCC released their AR6 report earlier on this year, and they identified 4 channels under which we can get to carbon neutrality by 2050. Every single one of these requires the expansion of nuclear power, not the abolition of it. How selfish would we have to be as a nation, a developed nation, to turn our backs on this energy resource that produces as little carbon as wind and tell the rest of the world, you can deal with the problem. This is all of our problems to solve. Now, I'm going to wrap this up and not take too much more time. We've got a choice here, Conference. Alba can be the 3rd pro-independence party that follows the happy-clappy, anti-scientific view of the Green Party against the IPCC, or Alba can rise and lead the way on climate change in the independence movement. That's all I've got to say. Please either vote for the amendment or against the motion. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Andrew. I now call Ian Chisholm to speak for the motion, to be followed by Charles Connolly, who will speak for the motion. Ian Chisholm.
Thanks, Convener. Ian Chisholm from Edinburgh, Lacu, and I'm here to support the amendment and the amended motion. These steps, I might say, are a bit of a challenge when you're 76. However,
sorry to interrupt. Just so I'm clear,
you're
speaking for the amendment.
And the motion, the amended motion.
The amendment hasn't been accepted yet.
The amendment, then.
You're going to speak to the amendment.
Yeah.
I have your permission to change your card, and I just want to be clear so delegates know what they're doing. Thank you very much indeed. You're speaking for the amendment.
For the amendment.
Thank you, Ian.
Yes. OK, so listen, the amendment seeks to reinforce or keep open the possibility of future developments in nuclear energy. I mean, we must not chuck out the baby with the bathwater. I mean, I'm totally opposed to the fissile type of nuclear energy we currently have. In fact, I go back a long way in that, and at 76, I don't know how many folk here remember another party who's fallen by the wayside a wee bit on this issue. We marched to Milwaukee in the Galloway Hills against the NIREX proposal to dump waste in Scotland. That was a terrible thing. And just for my benefit, is there anybody here who walked at Milwaukee against dumping of fissile material? I don't see anybody, so that makes me feel very, very old. Anyway, the whole issue of the nuclear power generation is changing. And I know it's been said for years that fusion is the bright, shining hope of the future of nuclear energy. Well, it's getting closer. The Topical plant in France is now close to producing more electricity than it consumes to start the ignition. Similarly, there's a laser plant in America which is almost up and running and producing energy. So these technologies don't produce huge amounts of radioactive material which has to be buried for generations, thousands of years sometimes, which I'm totally opposed to. But the amendment asks to keep an open mind on future nuclear power because there are technologies like thorium-based nuclear energy which has been developed a lot in China. And we do want China to stop producing electricity by coal and increasing climate change, CO2. So that's a great thing that China's going towards a thorium-based nuclear power. It's the lesser of two evils, if you want. Now, it's still a fissile process, but again, if you use thorium, it's a lot less of a problem for long-term storage than plutonium or uranium-based nuclear energy. I mean, going right back, the fact is that uranium was only ever used as a means of producing nuclear weapons. That's what its primary purpose was. But we want to get away. Yes, I will, thanks. So I'll leave you with this, folks. Vote for the amendment to the resolution. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Ian. I now call Charles Connolly, who will speak for the motion, and Charles will be our final speaker. Charles Connolly, and apologies to those who are disappointed that some of our speakers ran on. I'll have to be much more strict in the upcoming motions. Charles Connolly, thank you very much.
Morning, Conference. Thanks for giving me a bit of time to speak this morning. Over this weekend, we've been setting out a way forward for this party to go in the future. And what we're doing here this weekend is setting out policies. We're setting out not policies, but values. These policies that we'll get in the future will be based on. But these policies that we're setting in the future, that we'll decide at future conferences and future committees, and we'll use them as guidelines in the future for the policies that we're setting out. Yesterday, we laid down a set of values that states that we will accept all people as equal, no matter their sex, their gender, their colour or their creed, and we will endeavour to create a country that is safe and welcoming to all. A cleaner, better and more equal country in which we live, and by putting in place mechanisms to harness the natural resources that we have. Earlier we voted to put in place procedures to ensure the removal of Trident as of day one, and that's the way it should be. By doing that, we have become the only unilateralist political party in Scotland, and that's something that we should be proud of. What we don't want to do now is go spoiling and undermining that value that we've put in place by supporting an amendment that sets up us
as a party of nuclear power, because that's exactly what we've all become. You can change policies, and we will do that from one conference to another, but we can't change values, and what we're setting today is a value. So don't let people kid you on that nuclear is clean. It's not clean. We look back at 3 Mile Island, Chernobyl and Fukushima. They were being mentioned earlier on today by others. We wouldn't want to go there and live. And Scotland cannot afford a Fukushima. We really can't. They might be clean nuclear power stations for this generation and a generation to come, but at some point somebody's going to have to clean up that mess. We can't leave that to others that are not here yet. We've got to lead the way and give them something that we can be proud to hand on to them. Just like we're going to have with Hunterston, when we become independent, that's going to be our issue. We're going to have to clean up that mess. Don't create a mess for somebody else that has to clean up at the back of us. Okay, thanks. People say it's good for jobs. If that's the case, then why did we vote to get rid of Trident? That's good for jobs. We cannot base it on being good for one and not good for another. So set our values, move on, and get the policies in place for the future. Support the motion and reject the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to all speakers for an excellent debate, and apologies to those who I couldn't call. We'll now move to a vote. We will vote first of all, delegates, this is motion number 13. We'll vote first of all on the amendment. All those in favour of the amendment, please raise their cards. All those against? Thank you. That's overwhelmingly the amendment falls. We are now voting, therefore, in favour of the motion. Those in favour? All those against? The motion passes overwhelmingly. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, delegates. We now move to motion number 14 on the future of Scotland's ferries, to be moved by Mike Mackenzie and seconded by Ian Chisholm. Mike Mackenzie. And welcome Mike, who of course was yesterday duly elected as our national government convener.
Thank you, Tasmina. Conference.
I'm just going to, sorry Mike, can I just ask if delegates could leave as just quietly as possible? Thank you very much indeed, delegates. Sorry, Mike.
Conference. There was a time when the sight of a Calmac ferry in its black, white and red livery made an islander's heart lift, filled that heart with hope and filled that heart with pride. Not now. Now the sight only brings a sorry sadness. Now the sight makes you shake your head. Now the sight suggests despair. As Scotland's islands are on their economic knees, struggling to recover from COVID, they're dealt a hammer blow by the chaos ranging across the whole ferry network. A chaos that's persisted now unabated for months. Not a day passes, but another ferry breaks down. Not a day passes, but the ongoing disruption deepens. Calmac's directors should hang their heads in shame. Seamal's directors should hang their heads in shame. Transport Scotland's officials should hang their heads in shame. And the Scottish Government should hang its head in shame. A Scottish Government that's turned its back on Scotland's island communities. A Scottish Government that's got no apology to make to businesses that are hanging by their fingertips. And a Scottish Government that's got no credible plan for improvement, nothing to say, and no solution in sight for this massive and ongoing disruption. Delegates, self-evidently, the ferry system is not working. Self-evidently, significant change is required. We can no longer afford the inefficiency of 3 separate silos running our ferry system. We can no longer afford the inefficiency of 3 separate sets of empire building, of 3 sets of buck passing. We need one organisation to deliver our ferry system and services. And we need to put to bed any notion that Scotland's public services can't be run effectively and efficiently. We need to put to bed the ludicrous notion that here on the Clyde we can't build ships. For only a generation ago, we built the best ships in the world. Conference, the tide is falling for the SNP Scottish Government, just as the tide is rising for Alba. Because we in Alba have the ideas and the commitment and the will to build a better Scotland, a better future for every part of Scotland, an independent Scotland. I'm pleased to move this motion and ask you to support it.
Thank you very much indeed, Mike. I now call Ian Chisholm to second that motion, to be followed by Councillor Jim McElhenney to move the amendment. Ian Chisholm, welcome back.
Thanks, Conference. I'm here to support Mike's very pertinent motion, and my only criticism is it doesn't seem to go far enough. The whole maritime issue in Scotland needs a whole day debate or some sort of committee to promote all the good things that...
Ian, thank you very much. Ian, if I can ask you to stand on the big black cross.
Got you.
Lovely. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Do you want me to start again? No. Right. So my problem is that the motion doesn't go far enough. But I back the motion and Mike's support for it because it's long been needed. We need a whole day's debate on the whole maritime issue and the wider issues arising from our maritime heritage, which we seem to have lost a bit. You know, the other issues are about the type of ships that we need to serve the islands and things like that. But we do need some sort of comprehensive policy. Myself, I spent my youth probably misspent at sea, travelling around the world as a radio officer. So when I left the sea, I started my own business in marine electronics. And for 40 years, I worked around the yards that are no longer there now. And you've no idea how emotional that was for me to come along the dockside there at Port Glasgow in Greenock and see Lithgow's, a yard which built huge ships and huge expertise, is now a McDonald's bar, which signifies as a metaphor for the whole industrial decline in Scotland at the moment. But Alba's here, and a new Scotland is rising, and hopefully we can get these industries back again. This is a huge resource in skills that we have in Scotland. Now, many of the skills are gone now because the people and the engineers are gone, but there's still old wrinklies like me around that do have the expertise that needs to be passed on to the younger generation. I know that another party, which I'll not mention, never used the expertise in Scotland, and I hope that Alba can. And remember, it's free. We don't have to pay £3,000 a day for a consultant. Yeah. So, lots of things to say, but really, I'll give the floor to the next speaker and hope that you can support the resolution as it is. Thank you very much, Conference.
Thank you very much indeed, Ian. I now call Councillor Jim McElhinney to move the amendment. Can I have a seconder to the amendment from the floor, please, so the amendment can be heard? Thank you very much indeed. Councillor McElhinney, welcome back.
Firstly, thanks to Mike for bringing this important motion before us, and for Ian for his words as well. Both were excellent speakers. I wholeheartedly support all of the content of this motion. Turning to the amendment, I have supported the aims of the campaign to save Inchgreen Dry Dock Group since they were formed. They're from all parties and none. Indeed, one of our delegates today, Isabel DeLucy, is a prominent member. Isabel, you here today? No, identify herself. Oh, she's up in the balcony. Welcome, Isabel. The campaign has helped to put a spotlight on the Inchgreen Dry Dock, ensuring that it is politically unacceptable for it to be allowed to continue to be mothballed as an asset, when it should be in fact be the key maritime asset in the west of Scotland, and indeed a key asset in Scotland's industrial strategy to re-industrialise the Clyde, creating thousands of jobs through direct employment, but also through local supply chains. The dry dock and most of our waterfront assets and estate was handed over to a private company, Peel Ports, in a 125-year lease arrangement for £1 a year. That waterfront was hundreds of years in the making, and in centuries gone by wealthy businessmen through philanthropy helped pay for key parts of it. For it to be handed away to a private company for £1, for them to then go on to make millions upon millions of private profits from it, profit that could have been invested in Inverclyde's public services and for the common good, is still a scandal to this day. This is a political scandal of which the surface has never been truly scratched. The deal, which was struck by Inverclyde Council back in 2008, should have been subject to a public inquiry. Since that time, with much government financial assistance, Peel has developed most of the waterfront. However, the dry dock has had little or no investment. It's been left to deteriorate. So many years of neglect and indeed destruction. The Scottish Government now has the opportunity to directly award every single new CalMac and Northern Ferry to Ferguson's. Whereas at the moment there is a real risk that orders may be sent to Camel Laird and the Mersey to construct the new Greenock Town Hall and Islay ferries. Instead, we can guarantee 2 decades of work to Ferguson's. The scope of this work would be a foundation for the yard to expand and win contracts for large ocean-faring vessels, as well as major renewable projects. This is why bringing Inchgreen into public ownership is crucial, as it will be vital in growing the workforce to in excess to 1,000 quality and well-paid jobs, with a pipeline of apprenticeships created each year to support the growth and retain our skills base. I'm therefore asking you to support the amendment to add to the additional paragraph to bring Inchgreen Dry Dock back into public ownership and part of the Ferries Scotland umbrella. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Jim. We'll now vote. This is motion number 14 on ferries. All those in favour of the amendment, please raise their cards. All those against? The amendment passes overwhelmingly. Can we now vote on the motion as amended? All those in favour? All those against? Unanimous it is. Thank you very much indeed. Now, before we move on to motion number 15, can I just remind you all of my little request for you all to tweet hashtag Alba21 so we can get it trending, and more importantly so because we're going to hear from our next excellent speaker. I'm delighted to confirm that last night the Alba Party Westminster Group held its AGM, at which Neil Hanvey MP was elected Alba Party Group Leader. And with that, I'd like you to welcome to the stage to propose the motion on Scotland's recovery from COVID-19. Neil Hanvey MP. Delegates, with your acceptance, I've allowed Neil extra time so you can deliver a Westminster report at the same time. Thank you very much indeed.
Hi, Conference. I hope you're having as much fun as I am. It's been a really fantastic first conference, and it's a great honour for me to be elected the Westminster Group Leader. We might be a small group, but I think our impact is certainly being felt. I'm not going to go on too long, but I just want to make some comments about Westminster and our ambitions as a group for the future. The first thing I'd like to say is when I was a wee boy, I was really fascinated by nodding dogs in the back shelf of cars in front of us, and it didn't really matter what their position was. It didn't really matter how the car moved around. Their agreement or dissent was dictated by the actions of the driver and the road that they were travelling on. There was no need to think, they just had to nod along. And that was a fine amusement as a child, but surely we should expect something more from our politicians rather than to just nod along to whatever diktat is issued from on high. Well, I certainly expect more from politicians that I've elected, and I have tried to embody that principle in my own practice as a politician. However, holding and expressing opinion in these days, these post-truth days, is not without risk. And I certainly know better than many about the significant personal cost that, speaking frankly, can bring. Regardless of how out of fashion opinions may be and however unpleasant the punishment for expressing them, I would never trade places with those who remain silent for anything. What is the point of politics when debating the exchange of ideas and arguments is frowned upon? I didn't go to Westminster to play the Westminster game. I didn't go to Westminster to dance to Jacob Rees-Mogg's tune. And I did not go to Westminster to talk about Westminster's policy areas and how to play that game. And when I joined the SNP group in Westminster, I asked a very straightforward question, one that I thought would have been of interest, and that was, when do we start talking about independence? The response I received, although it was in a Zoom meeting, I have to say, was as if I'd let off a stink bomb in the room. The shrinking of noses and the disdain that I picked up from that simple question really concerned me, and it paved the way for the next few weeks and months. And I think since the formation of Alba, we may be small in numbers, but I think our presence in Westminster is definitely now being felt. Whether that is my continued work on COVID, or indeed Kenny's outstanding work on the Lord Advocate role in Scotland, and being able to secure agreement from Westminster that they will give permission to the Scottish Government, should they ask, to open the Scotland Act up so that that role can be reformed in a way that plays to a stronger hand to Scotland's justice system. The tepid response, however, from the Scottish Government and the programme for government in recent discussions was that they will look at the role. And that is all. Now, we all know that we've given voice to concerns about people who have suffered injustice, such as Craig Money, Mark Hurst, and there are others that you'll be aware of, that other injustices that are sub judice, so I won't mention them. But we will continue to lead on the inadequate management of such policy areas, both at Westminster and at the Scottish Government. But we will face resistance at every turn. But as a group, I can give you a commitment that we will plan to always highlight the importance of independence. We will be unafraid and robust, and as the Westminster Group Leader, I will ensure that all those efforts will be underpinned by the case for independence and the liberation of Scotland and our people. So, thanks for that indulgence in the new job, but I want to move on to a very serious challenge for our generation and in generations, and that's our recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, before I do that, I think this is a very serious issue, but before we do that, can you join me in giving thanks to the extraordinary efforts of all of our healthcare and scientific workers and all of the key workers across our country, many of them on minimum and low wages, who have kept the supermarket shelves stacked, who have kept our council services running, and who kept the lights on through the most recent dark months. The challenge remains very real and serious. The most recent figures, 4,298 new cases of COVID have been reported. That's 10% of the number tested. 10 reported new deaths have been recorded. 83 people are in intensive care, and almost 1,000 people were in hospital yesterday with recently confirmed COVID-19. Now, the vaccination programme has been really successful, but the vaccination programme is only one part of managing infection. This has been my job for most of my life, particularly working in cancer care and bone marrow transplantation. The management of infection is a core part of the job. It underpins everything that you do, and it's not hard. There are three strands. There's the vaccination or treatment sections, the pharmaceutical interventions. There's the non-pharmaceutical interventions, so masks and gloves and all of that kind of stuff. As we would understand it during the pandemic, social distancing and masks and good hand hygiene. And then there's another fundamental part, and that's surveillance and understanding how the infection is behaving, and whether that is in a single individual in a room or in a population. All of those three components are absolutely essential. And what we have found is in this pandemic, the Westminster Government have focused solely on vaccination to the expense of surveillance. So they don't really understand what they're dealing with. And in my worldview, that's guesswork. And guesswork is just not good enough. And the only successful deviation that the Scottish Government have embarked upon has been a different style of messaging. And whilst that did pay dividends, and I think it has to be recognised that it did pay dividends in the early days of the pandemic, where we find ourselves now is under this euphemism of a four-nation approach to the pandemic. Let's just call it what it is, a UK-dictated approach to managing the pandemic. Last summer, when I was still on the Select Committee in London, we spoke about surveillance and spoke to Chris Whitty, the Chief Medical Officer in England. And when the lateral flow devices first came online, I read quite a lot of the data about them in the BMJ and raised concerns with the Depute Medical Officer at that time. And it was very clear from almost the beginning that these devices were being used for a purpose that they were simply not intended for. They were not intended for asymptomatic use. And we now know, after the government's own testing, that they only identify infective people in 40% of the cases. So we know that they're not really that great. But I tried to raise this repeatedly with the Scottish Government. I tried to raise it with the SPADs in the health team, and a reply from them came none. It's simply not good enough. There have been opportunities, whether it's vaccination of 12 to 15-year-olds to break the spread of the virus that seeds in young people, spreads around schools, and then infects up through the different demographics, to the gimmickry, and let's call it what it is, the gimmickry of vaccine passports. Vaccine passports do have a role to play, but they're not a solution, just as vaccination on its own is not a solution. There's been a shortage and near collapse in PCR testing in Scotland, and that was picked up by the BBC, but then not reported. These are really fundamental concerns about how we deal with the COVID crisis. My position on this has always been pretty clear. Scotland had an opportunity right from the beginning to chart an independent response to this pandemic, to take bold decisions, to even close the border if necessary, to protect the Scottish people. Through that, we could have shown greater confidence, and the Scottish Government have missed the trick. We have called in this motion for the Scottish Government to immediately seek the transfer of the full powers of COVID recovery for the Scottish Government to lift our people from the grip of this pandemic. But independence is absolutely essential. It can't wait. It can't wait for ever more pernicious and restrictive policies to be enacted to control and silence our cause. But that will never happen. We will never be silent. And let me say this in asking you to support this resolution. We can emerge from this pandemic more confident, stronger and independent. So please support the resolution.
Thank you very much indeed, Neil. I now call Kenny McCaskill to second the motion.
I'm going to be very brief because I think my colleague and group leader Neil has expressed far more eloquently than I can. I had 2 bites at the cherry yesterday and I'll be having a few minutes as we introduce the leader's speech later. All I can say is to repeat what I said yesterday. Scotland has the opportunity to do so much better. The contrast in terms of performance by the First Minister with regard to Boris Johnson is clear. The difficulty is that how you perform in terms of dealing with the media and indeed expressing matters verbally isn't necessarily the same in terms of ability on the ground. And as Neil correctly said, steps that could and should have been taken to ensure that Scotland was better protected were passed up. When it comes to recovery, that cannot be allowed to happen. We have to ensure there is going to be a cost that has to be borne for the payments that have been made. We have, as I say, had seen the Chancellor bail out money, and it's happened all across. All the criticisms made of Corbyn have actually been shown to be rather false. But there does have to be a reckoning. The tragedy is that under this UK government, it is going to be enforced austerity, further impoverishment of the poor, starting with the universal credit uplift being taken away. Rather than investing in industry, rather than maintaining standards of living, rather than making sure that those who have the broadest shoulders, those who have the greatest assets and wealth pay, they're going to ensure that once again it's the poor that have to build while those who have actually made money. Because let's also remember, some people have done remarkably well during COVID. Not simply individuals. Individuals with investments. Investments that don't pay tax, that are either lie in bank accounts out with or are dealt with by accountants to ensure that they don't pay, or indeed corporations who have boomed as a result of a change in how purchases are made, who we historically know don't seem to have an interest in paying corporation tax, let alone paying living wages to their employees. Let's make sure that the recovery is about investing in a new Scotland, and indeed that it's paid for by those who have the broadest shoulders, not enforce poverty upon the poorest.
Thank you very much indeed, Kenny McCaskill. I'd now like to call Judith Reid to move the remit back, to be seconded by David Younger, who will second the remit back. Judith? And then, Neil, I will ask you to sum up very briefly. Thank you very much. Judith.
Just give me a second. Get the specs on. First of all, I'd like to say there's absolutely nothing that I can see or hear what Kenny or indeed Neil said today. However, there is one point within the resolution that I would like to bring to your attention. I'm not someone who has ever been comfortable on stage, nor someone who would ever be at ease in front of a camera. However, today I feel compelled to stand before you all at conference and be the voice for hundreds of thousands of people within the UK and tell you a wee bit more about long COVID. Give you an insight through a lived experience perspective. Now, I will warn you, I may get emotional. For me to admit publicly how much COVID has personally affected me is not easy. From someone who was, as my nearest and dearest described me, as never off the head of the road, 22,000 steps a day kind of girl, to not managing a stairs to go to bed, I ended up installing a fridge, microwave, crockery and utensils into my bedroom to save me from going downstairs. There are a few folk in this room that I will be eternally grateful for, to have them in my life, because without them, I would not be standing before you today. They called, they messaged, they FaceTimed me daily, hourly on these really bad days, which often led them to staying overnight. They brought me fresh food, mowed my grass, took my dog out for a walk, came with me to hospital appointments because I was not well enough to drive. And still, 18 months on, they continue to do all of the above. And you all know who you are. I also thank them for not commenting on my appearance. COVID here was when I was too exhausted after showering to actually put a brush through it or turn a hairdryer on. Me having to choose when to walk the dog and shower, because doing both was, and often still, remain to be exhausting. Taking that call in the middle of the night when too terrified to go to sleep in case I didn't waken up. That is the reality of COVID. I consider myself to be very lucky. Some folk don't have that network of great friends, family and neighbours. Some don't live in areas where 5 minutes and you're in a green space and fresh air. Some don't have doctors and medical professionals who recognise or validate long COVID. I had pneumonia for 38 weeks. I admit I was totally ignorant to just how painful and debilitating it is. Unless many of these symptoms affect you directly, you just don't realise the impact. You never know what is going on with the person sitting right next to you. You become invisible, unheard, written off. You are dehumanised, disenfranchised and disregarded by a society and systems our governments put in place. This must change. To make myself vulnerable and tell what everyday struggles COVID and long COVID has burdened on hundreds of thousands of people, myself included, needs to be heard. Conference. As many as 110,000 Scots are thought to have long COVID, including our children. Long COVID can leave individuals struggling with daily life, noting that no two people's symptoms are the same. Our Scottish Government does not have specialised COVID clinics or centres. Many are operating in England, Wales and Northern Ireland. The UK Government committing £34 million for their COVID clinic centres and their rollout. The Scottish Government instead has chosen to invest significant sums of money into understanding long COVID. Scotland's statistics now show that 1.9% of the Scottish population are thought to be suffering from long COVID. Researchers expect many more to be diagnosed in the future. The reality is, COVID-related deaths in Scotland are now 8,242. In an independent Scotland, would our government have acted differently? Would or should have the First Minister closed our borders? I would urge the conference, please remove the so-called in paragraph 8, where long COVID is real, long COVID is tough, and long COVID is here to stay for those who have it, who will remain to have it, and those who will undoubtedly get it. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Judith. Thank you, Conference. It just didn't seem appropriate to interrupt Judith earlier on in her speech. I hope you will forgive me for allowing her to carry on to 5 minutes. But I will request David Younger, who will support the remit back, second it, if you can kindly restrict your comments to help us get through the agenda. David Younger, thank you very much indeed. Could you manage 2 minutes for us, David? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I fully endorse Kenny and Neil's proposal of this, and I want to underline the situation with long COVID. And I want to do it in a very specific way. In 1988, I contracted viral pneumonia. This was a disease which was not called COVID. Nobody knew what COVID was. I spent 3 months in hospital. I spent a further 9 months trying to recover, and I suffered the consequences for a further 5 years. Now, in all that time, myself and a group of other people tried desperately hard to get the NHS to take it seriously. When we visited our GPs, we were dismissed. We were told, no, it's not happening to you. You're just a bit tired. Just go home. Rest. I lost my business. I lost a lot of friends during that process. And I have to say that I fully support this, I don't know if you call it amendment or oh, the remit that's been just presented to you. Because quite clearly there is a problem with the after effects of COVID. And this problem is not being taken as seriously as it needs to be taken by the Scottish Government. And I'm really not clear what the UK Government thinks they're doing. And I don't actually care, because all of the powers to do this should be in Scotland, and they should be exercised by a responsible Scottish Government. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David, and for your generous brevity. The conference is grateful to you. Can I ask Neil to do a very brief summing up, please, so we can hear the next motion? Neil Hanvey, please.
Thanks, Conference, and thanks, Judith, for your words. I understand the depth of feeling around this issue and the depth of concern, and I'm engaged with long COVID groups both across the UK and indeed internationally. This resolution does not dismiss the significance of long COVID. In fact, it explicitly names it as one of the key challenges that the Scottish Government faces, and in fact that the world faces, because the consequential impact of COVID we've seen and the emergence of long COVID is something that we've been seeing for a long period of time. As sorry, I don't know the second speaker's name, I apologise.
we've seen emerging as a response to viral infections for quite some time. I'm engaged in the ME and chronic fatigue syndrome, APPG, in Parliament with Carol Monaghan MP. This is something that is of interest to that group because a lot of these diseases are caused by chronic inflammation and the consequences of chronic inflammation. Now, in COVID, because it's such a, it's called a cytokine storm, and that's an inflammatory storm in the body, and it depletes key elements of nutrition that the body is required to recover from. And I don't think that that is well enough understood, not just in long COVID, but also in ME, chronic fatigue syndrome. MS is another disease that is indicated to have consequential impact in this, but also heart and lung disease, where chronic inflammation is now recognised as a significant factor, influencing factor in how that disease manifests. So this resolution does not dismiss any of that. This resolution acknowledges that it's an important issue and something that has to be taken very seriously. And so I do not feel that there is a need to remit back. What I would say is that we're having our first conference. We can't have every single issue on the agenda or a resolution that accommodates every aspect of the challenges we face. But the seriousness of long COVID certainly would deserve further discussion either in committee or by a separate resolution back to conference at another time, because it is a very distinct and very serious consequence of the pandemic. So I would ask you to support the resolution as it stands, and I would hope that the movers of the remit back would accept my words and withdraw the remit back, and we would engage in the meaningful work. I know you put in a huge amount of work on an alternative resolution to conference. I had some great points in it, and I would be very happy to continue to work with her in developing that in the future. Thanks.
Thank you very much indeed, Neil. Delegates will now move to a vote. This is a vote on motion number 15. First, all those in favour of the remit. Sir, thank you very much indeed. Thank you, but I'm chairing proceedings. Sir, could you kindly take your seat? No. Could you kindly take? Could you? Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, right. Ladies and gentlemen, can we just move to a vote on we've just discussed a very important issue. If I can instruct the General Secretary, thank you very much indeed. We've discussed a very sensitive issue when people have suffered terribly by health, so I apologise to conference having to listen to that. Can we move to the vote first of all, please? Those in favour of the remit back, please raise their cards. Those against? The remit back falls. Those in favour of the motion as proposed? Those against? The motion is passed overwhelmingly. Thank you very much indeed, conference. Now, we have two more items on the agenda. We just have a few minutes before lunch. I'm going to hear sustainable food to be proposed by Andrew McKinnon. I'm going to ask for a seconder from the floor to allow it to be heard. Can I have a seconder? Thank you very much indeed. The motion that we haven't yet heard, conference, on protecting Scotland's battlefields, I want this to be heard. I'm going to ask that we're back for 1:30 p.m. sharp. It will be the first motion that we hear, and I'll hear from Will Mackay, who will propose, Jimmy Duncan, who will second, and Heather McLean, who will propose the amendment. Thank you very much indeed. If conference agrees. Thank you very much. Can I now call Andrew McKinnon to move sustainable food? Andrew, thank you very much for your patience. If I could ask those leaving to move as quietly as possible. Thank you, Andrew.
Thanks very much, conference. I'll be very brief with this. I just want to pay respect to Helen Smith, who can't be here today, who put a lot of work into this motion. And she's... Yeah. Helen's also standing for an ordinary member of the NEC, should anyone wish to vote for her. This motion here sets out a policy or a proposition, should I say, that Alba supports an industry of sustainable and local food production in Scotland. We've seen the consequences of COVID and how that's upset our supply chains. We've seen the same with this absolutely reckless Tory Brexit that's been foisted upon Scotland against our expressed will, and we need to enact policies and support policies that are going to shield us from this sort of disruption. There's a lot of benefit that can come from letting local people engage in this kind of activity. And the other part of this is about embracing technology. All too often we think about food as planting seeds in the ground and letting it grow, and that'll be that. But we need to get our heads around this new technology, like what the Netherlands are using, the hydroponics, aeroponics, aquaponics, vertical farming, etc. If they can do it, so can we. So I'm not going to go on at great length about that. I'd urge you all to vote for the motion. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Andrew, and for your brevity. So, delegates, motion sustainable food, we have a proposer and a seconder. Can I ask that the motion is passed by acclaim? Thank you very much. It's now time for a break. Those of you who'd like to attend the political information event, we have, where are we? Campaigning, no, we have party structure, fundraising and membership in the Lesser Hall, and we have the Alba business event, which is wrongly billed as 5:30. It's now at 12:30. Thank you very much indeed. I'll see you all back sharp at 1:30. Thank you very much for a very good session. Thanks.
just for their fantastic work that they've done since day one, but also for their hard work in making sure that I am as hungover as I am today. I would also like to thank my fellow NEC candidates, Josh Robertson and Andrew McKinnon, for their part in my suffering. And if you want to make sure that the headaches in this party are after the meetings and not during them, I'd strongly recommend voting for one of the three of us. As someone who was lucky enough to grow up in Inverness, I've been surrounded by the legend of what happened at Culloden battlefield my entire life. The scars of what happened there are still visible in the community today. The church that sits on the bank of Inverness still has graves where you can see the musket marks of where Hanoverian forces executed men and boys, and the River Ness ran red the day of Culloden. It was also the beginning of the end of the Highland way of life. The speaking of Gaelic and the wearing of tartan was banned. Yet despite the significance to the local and national history, greedy developers are still encroaching on the battlefield site. The men who died at Culloden died for their freedom and for their way of life. You wouldn't see houses being built on Flanders Field, nor would you see them being built at the site of where Lincoln gave his Gettysburg's address. Why are we the only country in the world that is happy to destroy our own history and our own culture? I beg conference to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Will. I'd now like to call Jimmy Duncan to second the motion. Jimmy.
Good afternoon, Conference. This is quick. I'll make it as quick as I can anyway. Conference, we recognise and accept the need for more social housing. However, the upsurge and huge demand has unnecessarily jeopardised our protected sites, our burial grounds and our battlefields. Yet, many of our heritage sites, like Culloden, are under constant threat from corporate developers. Conference, this is not acceptable. We believe that each and every one of us has a moral duty to protect, preserve and honour those who fought and fell for Scotland's future and Scotland's freedoms. Our heritage and history, whilst often diluted or misrepresented, is not for sale. We demand the Scottish Government sharpen their stance, reject and abolish any and all attempts from building on the bones of our ancestors. Conference, back this motion, stop this desecration. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Jimmy. I'd now like to call Heather McLean to move the amendment. Heather McLean.
Good afternoon, Conference. Our history has a big impact on us, and understanding it can benefit us in many different ways. To understand how and why our present world is the way it is, we have to look at history for the answers. Having knowledge of our history allows us to understand where we're coming from, which in turn allows us to understand our present. It not only reveals the past, but it can help us to create a better future. An understanding of the successes and failures of the past is important if we are to grow as a society and make progress going forward. If we do not learn from our past mistakes, we are bound to repeat them. When we have knowledge of history, we are able to make more sense of the present world. Far too many Scots know little or nothing of our country's history, and what they have learned is through an English prism. What is taught in schools is patchy at best. A bit of William Wallace and Robert Bruce, Mary Queen of Scots, a wee bit of Robert Burns in what is referred to as Scottish Week, usually in January, along with a few Scottish poems and Scottish country dancing. This serves to keep Scottish people ignorant, uninformed and compliant, and is not good enough for a country with aspirations and ambition for the future. If Scots understood and knew about their heritage and history, there would be no need to even debate this resolution, because the importance of preserving our battlefields as heritage sites would be obvious to all concerned. It is time that the significance and importance of these heritage sites and their place in Scottish history should be taught as an integral and fundamental element of the Scottish education system. Conference, please support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. We now move to vote on the motion, Protecting Scotland's Battlefield. Those in favour of the amendment first, could you raise your cards? Any cards against? And those in favour of the motion as amended? Any against? The motion is passed, I would say, unanimously. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Conference. We now move to motion number 18, Reducing Drug Deaths and Secondary Harm, to be proposed by David Henry. David, do you have a seconder? Will I take one from the hall? Yeah, can I have a seconder from the hall to get us? Thank you very much indeed. Plenty of support there. David Henry.
Conference. Lovely to see so many of you again. When I was asked to do this subject, I took a lot of time to research the issue. I don't stand in front of you a person who supports drug taking. I've never done it myself, and I don't recommend it. So I gave this quite a lot of thought. This resolution does not propose to encourage the taking of drugs. Its purpose is to reduce harm. As many of you will know, and if you've read the resolution, this area of policy is reserved. It is controlled by Westminster. And I wanted to bring to the attention, I'm sure many of you have seen in the media, the Scottish Conservatives in particular, who repeatedly use the media to bash Scotland whenever they possibly can. And they've certainly used that when the issue of drug taking, claiming that Scotland hasn't done enough, when they know full well they're the ones that are in control in Westminster. They have done nothing. So the first thing we need to do is send a very clear message from the Alba Party to the country as a whole. It's time that we did things better. We can't possibly do it as bad as Westminster. In England, there's been a trial backed by the Home Office called The Loop. Its purpose is to reduce harm. It is also to give out information, welfare support, and to drug test at events such as music festivals. Knowledge is our best weapon against the dread of drug deaths. What's in the tablet you're about to swallow? You don't know. Why has Scotland not followed countries like Portugal, the Netherlands, Switzerland? In Portugal, they launched a drug strategy in 2000. It came into effect in July 2001. The purpose of that strategy was to reduce the deaths from illegal drugs. By 2001, the annual deaths were apparently 131. By 2008, they were down to 20. So the strategy certainly works. And it's long overdue that Scotland took control of these important public policies. Now, there's a saying in television that the best pictures on television are on radio. So I want to try something. I'd like all delegates to please close their eyes and just listen to these following words. That's everybody, please. On the 26th of May 2018, the mother of an 18-year-old, Georgina Jones, who died at the Mutiny Festival after taking just 2 pills, had paid tribute to her little girl online and gave a warning to others and to her friends on social media against the perils of drug taking. Her mother said that her daughter had suffered a 45-minute fit after she took the 2 pills. Georgina's mother then posted on Facebook, and I quote, "As I have now spoken to Georgina Jones's family members, I can now say Georgina died yesterday due to complications after taking just 2 pills at the Mutiny Festival." In quotes, more quotes. "If nothing else, I hope what has happened to her will deter you from taking anything ever again. The pills had caused her temperature to rise to over 45 degrees. Then they caused her muscles to break down, her blood to turn acidic, her heart became irregular, her lungs filled with blood and fluid, and I made the decision to turn everything off. My little girl was 18 and full of life. I just hope this stops at least some of you from ending up the same." You can open your eyes. Nobody knows what's in these tablets. The only way you find out is with an autopsy. Unless, of course, we bring in a similar reduction and we support this resolution and we allow these drugs to be tested. We're not promoting drug taking. We're promoting safety. And a final and last point. Next summer, there's more music festivals. We can fix this. support the resolution.
Thank you very much indeed, David. I'd now like to call Denise Somerville for the remit back, and she will be seconded in the remit back by Fiona Sinclair. Denise, or maybe the other way around, there's two names on one card. I think Fiona Sinclair is the proposer. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you again, Conference. I'm speaking on behalf of Fiona again, who's the proposer, and myself, who has also contributed to this. Whilst we support the intent of the resolution to reduce the harm of illegal drugs, we know it is advocating as harm reduction does not accurately reflect the conclusions of the recent report on drugs deaths in Scotland. It would therefore not be wise to back this resolution without an amendment. Having failed to persuade the Conference Committee to include that in this. The recent report shows that most of the recent increase in drug deaths occurs between the 35 to 54-year-olds. In fact, in 2020, 63% of all drug-related deaths were in this age group. Prior to 2003, most drug-related deaths were those aged under 35. Therefore, younger people using recreational drugs at festivals are not the majority of those who are dying. The number of deaths in the 15 to 24-year-olds age groups have remained relatively stable, with a small increase in recent years. Whilst harm reduction, including drug consumption rooms, are a perfectly sound idea, we have to bear in mind that the UK Department of Health's own commissioned research shows that the greatest risk of serious violence comes not from people who are mentally ill, but those who abuse and drinking drugs. The percentage of deaths listed against the different types of drugs illustrated very clearly the known risks of polypharmacy, where two or more drugs are used at the same time, in particular the combined use of opiates with benzodiazepam. Sorry, I can't say that word, so I would probably use the street one easier. These particular drugs account for 89 and 73% of deaths. The deaths are not happening because of drug impurity. It should be noted that there is no published deaths or suicide statistics for those who are forced to endure compulsory treatment under the Mental Health Act, whereas the concern for these people, who include people who are treated simply for being disabled. Psychotropic drugs used in this system have chemical similarities to illegal drugs and have similar horrific withdrawal effects. There is no services in Scotland for those wishing to taper off these drugs. Drugs tolerance and physical dependency are real, whether these drugs are prescribed or taken illegally, and the report was unable to determine what part prescribed medication had to play in these deaths. Government should continue to discourage the use of illegal drugs, educate the population about the effects, especially the effects of psychoactive and psychotropic drugs, provide addiction services that enable drug users to taper off safely from the drugs they are using, provide mental health services and make good use of therapeutic environments and methods instead of ongoing over-reliance on psychotropic drugs, and take immediate action to resolve the social and psychological fallout from disastrous economic policies. Ultimately, only a complete reversal of these policies to enable swift growth of a sustainable economy will start to reverse decades of social dislocation and damage. Please accept this remit. Thank you.
Thank you, Fiona. And to second the remit back, I invite Denise Somerville, to be followed by Dave Llewellyn, who will speak in favour of the motion. First, Denise Somerville. Sorry, Fiona Sinclair. So it's just yourself? Oh, you're speaking on behalf of both of you? Right, okay, so I'll need someone to formally second your remit back. Thank you very much indeed. That's kept us in order. Thank you. Apologies for the confusion. On which basis I call Dave Llewellyn to speak in favour of the motion. Dave.
I didn't expect to be speaking on this. But I'm a criminal, as probably 40% of people in this room are. And at the end of the day, that's because the law, the way it is, comes through Westminster, and we can't do anything about it. Now, I'm not talking about legalisation here. I'm talking about harm reduction. 2 years ago, my stepson died. My stepson died of a heroin overdose. It could have been prevented. Now, I agree completely with what Denise was saying there about the harms and of the people who are actually getting, who are dying of this. The age group has gotten older. But the thing is, what this resolution actually does is it gives you a chance that, she mentions opiates and benzodiazepines. They are the main cause of death at the moment because people are mixing them. Benzodiazepines, basically that's a Valium that's now got much, much stronger. Now the thing is, you take your benzodiazepine, you've got your normal Valium. Now you can have something that's 10 times as strong that looks like a Valium. And so what you think you're taking a Valium, you're taking something that's completely different. Looks the same, feels the same, except it feels like 10. That's what's happening. People can't test these. What this resolution would allow you to do is not just go to festivals, it would allow you to actually put porta cabins and shopping centre car parks, where people who are buying street drugs like Valium, which is one of the biggest problems, it would allow them to take one of these pills, go in, get it tested, is that a Valium or is it one of these stronger versions? That's a death finished. Now, if you do the same thing with heroin, by the time heroin arrives in our streets, it's cut with stuff that they call bash, which helps it run in the foil. Now, so basically, this stuff, all of a sudden, you'll get a batch coming across from Turkey. They think, OK, it's a lot stronger. And the next thing is, they don't just smoke it. I mean, somebody's unlikely to die for smoking it. But somebody will stick it in the needle and jack it up. And at the end of the day, bang, 2 seconds later, eyes go up, down. And if you're not in a place where you can fix it, there's nothing you can do about it. They do have treatment. But the thing is, if you're not in a place where you can do that, fair enough. And I understand that there are problems just now with the shooting rooms. And I can understand that Westminster don't want to give that to the Scottish Government, because it will come across that. This doesn't do that. This is something that Alba can do now by actually going to the Home Office the same way as the Loop are doing in England, in a country in the Union, and they have got a licence for the Home Office to test these. We can do that now, and we can stop some drug deaths now. And if we stop one, it's worth passing this resolution. That's good talk.
Thank you, Dave. I'm going to invite Dave Henry to sum up. David.
Conference, this is really, really simple. If we don't pass this resolution and we don't bring in that same testing regime, we will have helped kill somebody next year. There is no doubt. So we can do this, and we can do it now. There's no reason not to pass this resolution. Let's make a change. Let's do it. Alba, we care about our people in Scotland, all of them.
Thank you very much indeed. So we're now going to take a vote on motion number 18 on reducing drug deaths and secondary harm. The first vote will be on the Remit back. Those in favour of the Remit back, please raise your cards. Those against the Remit back. The Remit back falls. Those in favour of the motion as proposed. That's passed almost unanimously. Thank you very much indeed, Conference. Before I move on to the next motion, I have a driving licence and saltire card which belongs to Mrs. Mary Jean Goodall. So please come and retrieve it wherever you are. Mary Jean Goodall, if anybody knows her, they can let her know it is here, because she'll need both items. Next, move on to motion number 19, social security powers and a real living wage for unpaid carers. That motion will be proposed by Suzanne Blackley. Welcome, Suzanne.
Good afternoon, Conference. Sorry, this is my first time speaking at a conference, so I'm quite nervous, but thank you. This won't be a long speech because I believe that the motion I've submitted speaks for itself. In 2013, the UK Government replaced Disability Living Allowance, which is DLA, in those over the age of 16 with Personal Independence Payment, PIP. Since that time, in excess of 170,000 new claims in Scotland have been refused. In addition to this, almost 40,000 of claimants previously in receipt of DLA were unsuccessful in claiming PIP when reassessed under the new points system, which differs from that of DLA. This is also an issue affecting children with disabilities. As children are still assessed on the DLA system, upon turning 16, they are then assessed under the PIP system, which results in unsuccessful claims, despite there being no fundamental change in their disability status. For example, I know of a child who received DLA until the age of 16 due to cognitive impairment. However, upon turning 16, she was refused PIP. This child has to use satellite navigation on her phone to navigate the 10-minute walk to school each day. Despite walking this same route every day for 4 years, was denied PIP, being told because she could follow the instructions for SAT navigation, there was no cognitive impairment. Bear in mind the definition of cognitive is thinking, reasoning and remembering, the latter clearly being an issue for this child, despite the repetitive daily journey. The Scottish Government pledged full devolution of DLA, PIP and carers allowance by 2021, 4 years after having this welfare devolved to it. By delaying this until 2024, they are leaving vulnerable Scottish people at the mercy of the degrading, broken and cruel Department of Work and Pensions system. The then Social Security Secretary Shirley Ann Somerville offered no reasonable reason for the cause of this delay. And it's an unacceptable failure by the Scottish Government that this timetable was changed. No one should have to battle for this entitlement. No one should have to die because of that battle. As is also the case, no party seems willing to take on the issues affecting our unpaid carers. I want Alba to be that party. As we have shown with the motions already discussed this weekend, we will tackle topics no other party has the bravery to do so. Unpaid carers are saving the state an absolute fortune, and in return they are giving a paltry sum of £67 per week. Unpaid carers have been undervalued for too long. They deserve better. Caring for a loved one is not a 9-to-5 job, but often a 24/7 one. I know this because I am one. Unpaid carers are also often in receipt of universal credit. This £67 payment is deducted in full from universal credit payments, unlike a working salary, which has a partial deduction after a threshold is met. Unpaid carers are working people, and they should be paid a real living wage for doing so. So I urge you all please to support this motion, and I submit it to conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. I now call Neil Hanvey to second the motion. Neil Hanvey.
Conference, I won't speak for long. I've had a pretty good go this weekend. I think it's fair to say. What I really want to say is Suzanne did an outstanding piece of work in putting together this resolution for conference. It was an absolute privilege to assist her in a very, very small way in producing the draft for that's before you. And I don't want to go over lots of points because Suzanne has made them so fantastically, but I want to just give you a quote that I used in my maiden speech in Parliament, and it really is an important speech because it speaks to two things. It quashes the notion that Adam Smith was somehow the father of the type of what's the word? Capitalism that we see manifested today. Because although he was the father of capitalism, he also did that from a very moral perspective. And as the representative for Kirkcaldy and Cowdenbeath, it's important for me to keep that spirit clear. And I want just to leave you with this thought. And these are his words, that no society can surely flourish and be happy of which the far greater part of the members are poor and miserable. The Scottish Government are failing in that fundamental objective by not taking forward the powers that they've been offered with the last Scotland Act settlement. And I think Suzanne deserves a real round of applause for her fantastic resolution. And please support the resolution.
Thank you very much indeed, Neil. I'd now like to call Alison Waters, who will speak in favour of the motion, to be followed by Ashley Miller. Alison Waters, please.
So guys, I wasn't going to speak today, but Suzanne is my best friend, probably, and this motion means a lot to me because I'm disabled myself. Now, I might not look it, and that's one of the problems. Most people don't. Now, the system that we have to go through every time we reapply, because it's every 3 or 4 years, is so heartbreaking and degrading, and it hangs over you like a cloud. Now, I reapplied for PIP in January, and I've still not heard back in August. That's the delay. Not in August. But it really just makes you feel terrible. You don't know where you are, and it breaks your heart. And when I heard that the Scottish Government had the chance to fix this for me, I was so excited to know that for once there was going to be a system that cared about me and put me first. And when they delayed that, I felt like crap. I really did, and I felt like they didn't care, and that the government that I put my trust in had just given up on me. And that broke my heart. So to see Alba and Suzanne put me and people like me at the forefront again, it's just the best feeling in the world. And I just really hope that you support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Alison. Now I'd like to call Ashley Miller.
Rusty. I think most people have met Rusty over the weekend. Yeah, like you'll have to bear with me because this is the first time I've done a speech. Standing in front of you, I suppose I have two hats. I have that I need care and support, and then also the fact I'm a carer to my 10-year-old daughter with special needs too. But mostly, I think what really gets to me is through the change from DLA to PIP. My mum was chronically ill. She had type 2 diabetes, was on dialysis. She was blind due to retinitis pigmentosa, which is hereditary, which is why I have Rusty. She spent the last 3 months of her life in a state of fear, frightened that she was not going to get her PIP. Nobody should have to be like that. She'd lost her leg, she couldn't be put into a rehabilitation unit because she was visually impaired, needed dialysis. She was moved from one ward to another when there wasn't any room. This went on for 4 months. Just before she died, she got her award letter telling her that she'd received the 2 high rates for PIP. She never ever received that money. She died before entitlement was due to come in. Her last few months should not have been worrying about if she was going to be able to pay for her care or anything like that. They took the last few months away from her. That benefit had been promised to be done by the Scottish Government, and now we're still waiting on the Scottish Government taking over these benefits. There's been a huge breakdown with disabled people during the COVID, the lockdown. Some of you might not be aware that there are a very lot of disabled people on high-rate PIP. They've been through assessment, high-rate care, high-rate PIP mobility, who didn't have a medical condition that involved shielding, was abandoned. There was no food supplies, there was no access to shopping. If the disabled people like myself had a daily shopping, a weekly shopping slot at the supermarkets, they were removed. They were given to those on the shielding list in care homes. The priority seems to be at the moment that, sorry, I'm shaking, but the priority seems to be that we are fighting each other, and organisations are fighting each other for small bits of funding from the local councils to be able to provide the services that disabled people need. And at the moment, it seems to be that certain medical conditions you need the 100% proof. And they seem to be pushing for other medical conditions to suddenly become self-ID'd. It's not on, because those who are in genuine need that have to go through the system are now having to wait 2 to 3 times longer to be assessed, because you're able to now self-ID to be able to include the student grants, things like that. The other thing that also, to make you aware, people talk about carers, paid and unpaid. Unfortunately, there's another group of carers out there that get no recognition whatsoever, because they're either working more than 35 hours a week, which is the maximum. If you work more than that, you can't then claim carers. But if you're working during the day and you've got a disabled child or a disabled adult, and they may be out at different, if they're out at different clubs, different societies, respite during the day, you're still working when you come home from work. You're still with that person, whether they're needing medication, if they've got cancer and they're dying, you're doing that until you've managed to get them to bed. That's if they do go to bed. But because you are not claiming a benefit, you don't get any extra, any help, because you're just not classed even as an unpaid claim, and that is wrong. Also, we have people who are fostering their grandchildren, nieces, nephews in the system, who get a rate of allowance from local authority, but doesn't take into account if that child has any disabilities, any special needs. It's a flat rate. Our children are not flat rates. Each child is individual. Their needs, their wants are all different, and they should be paid the money in connection with the disabilities of the children, how much care they need, when they need it. There's no two ways about it. Sorry, it just gets emotional, because my wee one doesn't sleep. We go through periods where she might sleep, and then I go through periods where she doesn't sleep. When she doesn't sleep, I don't sleep. It's not safe, And other parents like me, more so with the children that are coming through with more hyperactive disorders, neurological disorders, the autism. It's the parents that are having to put in the work, and there's no recognition at all. And that has to change, because at some point, somebody's going to break, and it's just not right. The carers' fatigue is real. So I will support the motion, please.
Thank you very much indeed. I'd now like to call Sean Davis to speak in favour of the motion. Sean Davis.
Hi there. I look like a normal, healthy 30-year-old man. I tell you, I suffer from chronic fatigue syndrome, fibromyalgia. I want you all to support this motion. There's people out there with invisible disabilities that have to go through hell with the personal independence payment system. I know all too well. I've been on personal independence payment for about 6 years now. And I actually last year went to court with them. And it took for a judge to phone me personally, because it was done through Zoom and stuff, to tell me it shouldn't have went that far. And it's ridiculous how disabled people are looked upon, and by these so-called health professionals that don't even look at your notes. I have got a folder full of my medical conditions, mental health problems and everything else that need the Scottish Government have this power, and they're not doing it. Well, I was told that they were going to be bringing it in so you don't have to be assessed, and they still haven't done it. So, Alba Conference, brothers, sisters, I want you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Sean. I'm pleased to say there are no cards in against. So can I ask that motion number 19 on social security powers and a real living wage for unpaid carers is passed by acclaim? Thank you, delegates. Before I move on to motion number 20, I just want to let you know about topical. We're having a couple of topical resolutions this afternoon, but what I wanted to let you know about, in case you wanted to put any cards in, is on the situation in Afghanistan. And we're very lucky to have Dr. Yvonne Ridley, who will be speaking to us in her motion. She was, of course, captured by the Taliban in 2001. So if anyone has any cards to put in, please do so. We now move to child and family poverty. Motion number 20 on the agenda, to be moved by Christina Henry. Welcome, Christina.
Thank you, Chair, and hello, Conference. So I thought I'd start off by giving a little background and then going on to say why I feel this motion is so important. So childhood adversity refers to factors in a child's life that are external to that child, but can have severe impacts on their psychological, educational and behavioural development. Some examples of these childhood adversities include growing up in neglect, household dysfunction and economic deprivation. The effects of these childhood adversities, known as ACEs, are often severe and long-lasting. Prolonged exposure to these stresses triggers a long-term stress response which can affect immune and cardiovascular systems. The effects of these ACEs carry on into later life, and they're linked to chronic health problems, mental health and substance misuse in adulthood. Now, growing up in poverty is not only often considered an adverse childhood experience in itself, research has shown that it's often linked to many of the other adverse experiences, in that growing up in poverty means you're more likely to experience more ACEs. For example, growing up in poverty means you're more likely to have a family member in prison. Growing up in poverty means you're more likely to be in a household of substance misuse. The more ACEs that a child has, the more likely they are to experience negative outcomes, severe negative outcomes, in adulthood. So this is why supporting families and working to mitigate poverty will help the developmental growth of a child and their mental and physical health in so many ways. So why tackle child and family poverty? So we can think selfishly from society's point of view. ACEs are costly. They're costly to families, costly to communities and costly to society as a whole. In reducing childhood poverty, it will therefore go on to save the health service a substantial amount of money in the future. But surely the main reason for tackling child poverty is because we want every child to have a happy and healthy childhood. So then, how can we tackle child and family poverty? Well, this is where policies such as the 5-point plan in this motion come in. It covers various aspects of a child's life, which I'm sure you'll have seen. For instance, providing free breakfasts and lunches to all school pupils in Scotland all year round allows them the best opportunity to learn and develop, but also because no child in Scotland should ever go hungry. Another point in the 5-point plan is universal access to sport facilities for every child, every under 18. This will provide every single child the opportunity to enjoy sports, but also to benefit from the positive impact that they've been proven to have on both physical and mental health. So, conference, this speech might have been a little bit of a psychology lecture, but it is for these reasons, all of the above, which is backed up by multiple sources of research, that I urge you to support this motion and show that we in Alba care about all children and all families in Scotland. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. And to second the motion, I'd like to invite our newly elected National Equalities Convener, Eva Conway. Eva.
Thank you very much, Conference. I'm the one-legged woman from Clackmannanshire who won't wheesht.
Yay!
I said woman, deliberately of course, because we know the definition of a woman, we've covered it already. But for those out there who might not have been listening yesterday, we'll just tell them again today. It's an adult human female. And this adult human female finds herself mortified to be standing here in Scotland in 2021, shaken with nerves and rage, as is every other person in this room, and so should every other member of the population of this country of Scotland, a country brimming over with potential. In food, in gardens, in farms, in cattle, in trees, in apple trees. I know children that don't know what an apple looks like. Do you know that? I know children who share shoes. I know children who cannot learn when they go to school because they haven't had any breakfast, and some of them hadn't had any dinner the night before either. So for all you, help me out, Neil, how many SNP MPs are there in Westminster now?
47.
Is it 46?
47, I think.
47 SNP MPs?
Might change soon.
45. I hope it does.
Just keep counting down, Eva. We'll get there.
I hope you're listening. Try a night on a food bank. Try a couple of nights going to your bed hungry. See how you feel getting up in the morning and the cupboard's bare, bar the dregs and the bottom of a bottle of cheap tomato sauce. And then come to my work for a week. Read some of the files in my cabinet, read some of the social work reports, read them and greet like we greet. I know mothers that spoke to me 30 years ago when Jim Sillars spoke about the purpose of the Scottish National Party. He said then, and he was right then, but he wouldn't be right now, it was at that stage the purpose of that party to do a job they didn't do, but this party will. We will wipe every unnecessary tear from every Scottish cheek. Thank you.
much, Eva. Sorry, Conference. I'd now like to invite Dr Andrew Docherty to speak in favour of the motion, to be followed by Councillor McElhenney, who will be speaking as an Inverclyde councillor. Junior, Andrew Docherty.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I feel a bit humbled, which is not usual for me, but I feel very humbled to be able to take to have your attention for a moment after two such rousing endorsements of my own feelings. I'm really here just to amplify them. I was going to try and give you an extemporary kind of blustering speech, you know, in my maiden speech in this party, you know, without any notes. But it's such a point of, it's such a case of such importance to me personally and for the nation that I'm going to actually use some notes. So I'd like just to say, I've been reading medical research now for about 40 years as a medical student and as a practitioner. But the single most enlightening piece of research that I have ever read in terms of transforming the effect on my practice has undoubtedly been the ACE study referred to by Christina. It was conducted in America some years ago, and it's been replicated many times over around the world. It confirmed what I and many of my more enlightened colleagues knew intuitively over the millennia, namely, that the primary determinants of the majority of human suffering and premature mortality does not lie in our genes or our biochemistry, but in the following. 1. Occupational disease. 2. Childhood poverty. 3. Poor housing and hygiene. 4. Alcoholism and drug addiction. 5. Unemployment and malemployment. 6. Economic uncertainty and insecurity. 7. Domestic violence and dysfunction. 8. Poor diet and obesity. 9. Sexual and emotional abuse, to name a few. I discovered from that ACE study, adverse childhood experiences, that vastly increased levels of heart disease, which is my speciality, I'm a cardiologist, inflammatory disease and cancer and mental illness are directly related to early childhood environments and early adult environments. In other words, poverty. Poverty that derives not from global and national lack of resources, but from unequal distribution of nature's bounty. If we want, and I know you all want this, because I've spoken to many of you today, it's been, over the last couple of days, it's been very inspiring to me. If we want to improve the physical and mental health of this nation, especially our children, we need to prioritise two things. Number one, the immediate delivery as a political priority of relief to the victims of Thatcherism and New Labour ideologies. Hands-on, face-to-face, cheek by jowl with those who are suffering and the casualties of that. And that's what I call first aid. Number two, proper treatment following first aid. The eradication of poverty as an overriding concern in Scotland over the next 2 to 3 decades. Now, many of you may say, oh, I hear oversimplification, I hear you might say. Yes, it is that simple. Self-determination, then self-care. The Tories are not going to make the mental and physical health of our bairns a priority. We must. Support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I now call Junior Councillor Chris McElhenney to speak in favour of the motion.
Good afternoon, Conference. Before I start, I want to congratulate Neil Hanvey in being elected our new Westminster Group Leader. Yeah. And as much as thanking him, Chair, the reason I wanted to say that was because the Inverclyde Alba Council Group, we've yet to decide who the leader will be. So I may not be junior, I may be senior once more, but I'll be happy to endorse your candidacy, sir. You are the daddy, and of course, that's my mum beside you. But Conference, I just wanted to make some points about this resolution, because we've heard some magnificent speakers thematically discussing the real issues at heart. But I wanted to actually drill into some of the actual policies that Alba are proposing. Because during the election, I heard a lot of discussion that, we were a party without ideas. We were the only party at the Holyrood elections that stood with a radical plan to eradicate child and family poverty. We've seen the programme for government last week. Not a single new idea to tackle some of the major challenges that face Scottish families and Scottish children today. And what are we proposing? A 5-point plan. Let's actually have a look at it. Introduce a £500 payment annually to assist 500,000 low-earning households in Scotland. People think, how would you afford that? It's an accountancy matter. You just take council tax and you refund it to people that are in receipt of council tax reduction. We're already doing it. We've done it in Inverclyde this year to the sum of £150. No impact on anyone's benefits, with no taxation impacts. Just a bit of imagination. Increase the Scottish child payment to £40 a week. The Scottish Government hoped to increase it to £20 by the end of this Parliament, the end of the term of this Parliament. It seems to be a phrase that we keep hearing, that things will be delivered at the end of the term of this Parliament. But these are priorities that should be delivered now. And what does that £40 do? I watched a magnificent debate in Westminster recently with one of our Scottish MPs, an Alba MP of course. Neil Hanvey raised the point about the Joseph Rowntree Foundation. The warnings are there. What will happen if we don't make these decisions? We can only keep 400,000 children in Scotland out of poverty, living in 250,000 households, by increasing it to £40. So I ask again, First Minister, why at the end of this Parliament £20? Why not £40 now? We propose extending free school meals to every child in Scotland. Not a new idea. Not a new idea. An idea that actually shows the strength of representation in the Scottish Parliament, because credit's where it's due. It was the Scottish Socialist Party almost 20 years ago that were voted down in the Scottish Parliament when they first tried to propose free school meals. Almost 20 years ago. And again, people say, how much would it cost? It's always the question, how much would it cost? It's not possible. Well, I'm happy to announce today that at the end of this year, your Alba group, which is only one day old, thanks to our pressure, every primary school child in Inverclyde will receive, in primary school will receive a free school meal at the end of this year, not at the end of the Parliament. And if we can do it in Inverclyde, why can we not do it in Glasgow? Why can we not do it in Aberdeenshire? Why can we not do it in every single local authority in Scotland? But Conference, it's becoming obvious to me that we are the party of big ideas, because we don't want to just roll out free school meals to primary school children. That makes no sense. What about high school children? Who in their right mind thinks that when children go to high school, the cost of the school day gets cheaper? It gets more expensive. So why would you say to families, well done, you've had a free school meal for 7 years, now you need to spend £240 a year on the cost of free school meals at high school? It makes no sense. And again, for the naysayers that say, how would you pay for it? That's £240 for every child in the pocket of their parents. That's £240 back in their pockets for them to spend. £240 to lift them out of poverty. £240 into your butcher, into your newsagents, into your local economy. That's a policy that makes a real difference. And you know, another thing I hear conferences about the educational attainment gap. Now, there's been real good work done over the last few years in reducing the educational attainment gap. But how have we done it? We've put extra teaching resource into schools. You know, we all know that smaller class sizes make a difference, more teacher contact makes a difference. So that's what happens. That's how we're driving down the attainment challenge. But what happens when that resource ends? Again, because it's only been promised to the end of the life of this Parliament. What happens when that resource gets taken away? Have we addressed poverty? Have we addressed the issues at the home that actually impact and cause the attainment gap? No, we've not. So we might reduce it now, but at the end of this Parliament, as well as not delivering a referendum on Scottish independence, we will see that attainment gap rise again. That's why Alba are calling for the doubling of the educational attainment gap from £30 to £60, not at the end of this Parliament, but now. And of course, it's not just about the money, it's about how you deliver the policy, because at the moment, a lot of young people, their educational attainment is impacted because of absence. Issues that mean they can't go to school. If they don't go to school or college, they don't receive their educational attainment allowance. What sort of fair system takes the money out of young learners' pockets through no fault of their own, conference? That decision must be scrapped, and not at the end of this Parliament, but now. And of course, conference, the fifth point of our five-point plan. Why do we charge the children of Scotland to access leisure and sports facilities? We get called the poor health man of Europe. We know we have issues in Inverclyde, in Glasgow, across Scotland. Why do we charge kids to go and play on a football pitch? Why do we charge kids to go swimming? Why do we charge kids if they want to go and access a gym? Surely we should be looking at the preventative solutions of stopping that future impact on our NHS, by keeping our children fit and healthy now. And that's something that we'll certainly be pushing forward here in Inverclyde. And conference, just to sum up, I want to just make a point. I watch Neil Hanvey and I watch Kenny McCaskill and some honourable others such as Joanna Cherry make really good points standing up for Scotland, but I don't hear it often enough. But at this conference, we are currently debating the solutions to lift families in Scotland out of poverty. At the same time, Boris Johnson and his billionaire cronies, they want to end the lift in universal credit and take £20 a week out of the pockets in Scottish families, and that will put hundreds of thousands of people back below the breadline. That's absolutely unacceptable, conference. The future outcomes of Scotland's children should be Westminster's no more. And there's only one way we can take the future of Scotland's children back into our own hands. Independence, now.
Thank you very much indeed. So just moves to vote on motion number 20, child and family poverty. There are no cards in against. Can I ask that the motion is passed by acclaim? Thank you, conference. We now move to motion number 21, Scotland in the World, to be proposed by Denise Finlay. Denise.
The Scottish Government was elected in May 2016 on a manifesto which stated the Scottish Parliament should have the right to hold another referendum if there is a significant and material change in the circumstances that prevailed in 2014, such as Scotland being taken out of the EU against our will. There was no question about the legitimacy of the Scottish Parliament and the people of Scotland being able to revisit the question of independence if those exact circumstances occurred. And those exact circumstances did occur. So why aren't we independent? After the Brexit vote, the Scottish Government focused on Scotland remaining in the single market. Even the Tories agreed, until Westminster told them no. The Scottish Government produced a document, Scotland's Place in Europe, which would have kept both Scotland and the UK in the single market, or failing that, at least kept Scotland in the single market. Quite honestly, if Westminster had adopted that strategy, and they could have, we would not be in the world of pain we are today. The document was ignored, not just by Westminster, but by the SNP. Instead, Ian Blackford stood up at every opportunity and repeatedly assured Westminster and us all that Scotland would not be dragged out of the EU against our will. Until we were. Every bit of harm caused by Brexit, and that harm will be considerable, should be brought home and laid at the door, not of the Westminster Tories, who are, after all, only implementing what their electorate and their country asked them to do, but at our ineffectual, incompetent SNP government, who have utterly failed Scotland. Failed during a time where the British state has never been weaker. Failed to win a single advantage for Scotland. Even when they had the balance of power in Westminster, they failed. Instead, we have ended up with the worst possible situation. Who would have thought back in 2016 that after the mandates and the promises and all the bluster, 5 years later, Scotland would be out of the EU with the hardest of Brexits, facing a future of Tory governments we will never vote for? It's a tragedy for Scotland. We have lost our EU citizenship. We've lost single market membership, including the 4 freedoms to live and work in any EU country, to sell goods or services anywhere in the EU, and the free movement of capital. We've lost the guarantee of high food and environmental standards. We've lost consumer rights, roaming, EU roaming, access to EU programmes like Erasmus and exchange schemes. This without ever being given the opportunity to choose independence. If the SNP actually believed in the sovereignty of the Scottish people, they would have enacted our will. They would not be begging Boris Johnson for a Section 30. When finally we get the opportunity, and it will likely be Alba that has to provide it, and we choose independence, we have to move forward for where we are now. To minimise economic damage, Scotland needs to be back in the single market. We can achieve this by joining the European Free Trade Association, EFTA. This would allow Scotland to become once again part of the European Economic Area, which gives us all the benefits of the single market. But crucially, it's not part of the common agriculture or fisheries, which would allow an independent Scotland to negotiate its own deals. EFTA is an economic union, not a political one, which Scotland could likely join in months rather than years, and could be negotiated in parallel with independence negotiations. This allows Scotland to start life as an independent country in a far stronger position economically than we are today. Decisions on the customs union and EU membership would be taken by the people of an independent Scotland. We must put right this wrong of Brexit, a Brexit against the expressed will of the Scottish people, Scotland's MPs and Scotland's Parliament. And I say to the politicians who we tasked with protecting Scotland from Brexit, who we mandated to protect Scotland from Brexit, Nicola Sturgeon and Ian Blackford, you let us down. You let Scotland down. Alba will not let Scotland down. We will regain Scotland's independence, regain our place in the single market, and Scotland will once more be an independent European nation. Please support the motion.
Thank you very much indeed, Denise. Denise will be followed by Jeff Bush, who will second the motion. And then I have a card in from Terry House. And Terry, you haven't ticked whether it's for or against. Where's Terry? Speaking for the motion, I'll tick for you, I understand. So Jeff to speak for the motion, to be followed by Terry. Jeff Bush.
Good afternoon, Conference. It's a great pleasure to second this motion because much of the motion is contained in point 2 of the transition plan to independence proposed by the Scottish Sovereignty Research Group, SSRG. But I'd like to briefly address a few of the questions prompted by the motion. So how do we know that joining EFTA would be straightforward and quick? Well, because at the SSRG, unlike the Scottish Government, we've actually spoken directly with the people that run EFTA and put to them the proposition that Scotland applying for EFTA, how long would it take? They basically said, it's an open door, all you have to do is to apply and it will be simple and quick. We've done that unofficially, obviously, but somebody had to do it. So having joined EFTA, as Denise pointed out, it's another simple step for Scotland, like some of the other EFTA countries, to join the EEA and agree protocols on agriculture and fisheries with individual EU/EEA members. So first step, EFTA; second step, economic area. Why would we not just join the EU? Because even with the best will in the world, it can take, say, 5 years for Scotland to rejoin the EU and regain the losses incurred by Brexit. It's very simple, it'll take a long time. Another benefit of EFTA membership is a better trading relationship with England. We do want this. We do want a better trading relationship with England than if we were members of the EU and thus constrained by overall EU trade policy in relation to England. Furthermore, this is not an either-or decision. EFTA membership does not prevent us from applying for EU membership. And once we know the exact terms of that EU membership, we can hold a referendum on whether to join the EU, unlike the Brexit referendum, where nobody actually knew what we were getting into. So, even if we do eventually rejoin the EU, we can best mitigate the damage caused by Brexit by joining EFTA and the EEA immediately following independence. Please support the motion.
Thank you, Jeff. I now call Terry Howson to be followed by Gail Miller, both who will speak in support of the motion. Terry.
Well, hello everybody.
Hello.
My name is Terry Howson. I'm an artist with a big gub. And what happened earlier on, the reason why I'm here, is because Corrie Wilson came along, tried to drop me in it, and my friend, who had dropped in it earlier on, said, I shall do it. So I'm up here to do it. I'm a woman with a great big gob and a tendency to social Tourette's. So if you hear a wee swear word, I didn't really mean it that much. Scotland and the world, I really don't know what I'm going to say here, but I'm going to tell you what I feel about Scotland and the world. That's the best I can do. I lived in France for 10 years. And one of the first things they say to you is, "Vous êtes anglaise, madame?" with that sort of sound. And when you say, "No, no, no, je suis écossaise," oh, quelle différence! The difference between being Scottish and being English is remarkable throughout the world. When you're in the States, people will say to you, "Where'd you come from? Where'd you get that accent?" And you say, "Well, I'm Scottish, I'm Glasgow," right? And they say, "Oh, I have an uncle who was born in Moray." And you think, "Do you know him?" "No, I don't actually know." Do you know somebody for Easterhouse? "I don't know. I don't know them," right? But there's that thing with the Americans, because they're all immigrants, let's face it. And pretty many of them are Scots. We go down a bomb with the Americans, don't we? Well, sometimes with a real bomb. And the French love us, and the Spanish love us, because we like a great British breakfast. But they don't like the English, they like the Scots. So why are we tied to England? Why are we tied to them? Why are they the ones that lay down the rules that we've got to bloody well follow? What is that about? I don't understand that. Why are we not independent? Why? Because independence is actually normal. And see all that cack shite that we hear, sorry, slipped it, that we hear about Scotland's too wee, Scotland's too poor, and Scotland's too stupid. No, it's not. No, it's not. I used to live in the northeast of France. My neighbours were Luxembourg, which is mega rich and toty, and Switzerland, which is mega rich and toty, and just up the road from Monaco, which is feckin' too rich and toty. So we're neither too wee nor too poor. Now, stupid, are we stupid? Well, we might be, because we're still no bloody well independent. It's time. It's time for us to be the change. It's time for us to start living our lives as free Scots, not ruled by some burly big bampot and
with a name like Boris. Anyway, it's not time for that. It's time for us to stand up. Stand up, Scotland. Stop crawling on your knees and saying, "Oh, please, sir, can we have an S30? No, independence is normal, and it is time. This is our moment, Scotland, to stand up and self-ID as an independent bloody nation.
Thank you very much indeed, Terry. I now call Gail Miller to speak in favour of the motion. Gail.
Well, how do you follow that, eh?
You can.
Okay, so mine is probably going to be a bit more attackive. But, okay, I've never been a member of a political party because, frankly, I've seen them all as being pretty much the same. So, why did I join Alba? Because I think you've got the opportunity to be something different. Okay, so Alba, as a new political party, is dedicated to the reassertion of Scotland's statehood, has the opportunity not to repeat or compound upon mistakes of the past, and to do what no other political party has ever done: assert Scotland's sovereign authority now and at all times, instead of treating it as an abstract. Scotland's authority is absolute, as Scotland is first and foremost a sovereign nation-state, and it must act accordingly. Entering into an international agreement with England did not change that. Sorry, bit of out of breath. Oh. Okay, I'm not usually a big speaker, apart from calling numbers. Right. Okay, wait till I find my space again. Okay, so, while both countries ceded their statehood, creating a state in lieu, they both retained all of their rights prior to and after the signing. Scotland was not extinguished and subsumed into a greater England under the new name of UK, as is espoused by Crawford and Boyle, and promoted during the NDREF as being so. It does not have a devolved government. It is not a devolved country, nor a devolved nation. It is a sovereign nation-state, with a government imbued with Scots sovereignty, sitting in the Parliament of Great Britain as an equal partner with equal authority to the treaty. English governance and use of its departments may have been conventionally observed, but convention is not law. There is nothing that the English government can do that Scotland can't, and that includes creating international treaties and leaving them. Scots must stop viewing their country and nation as a colony, giving the English government a veto over Scotland and referring to its partner as UK, as though they are the sole authority of the state, for they are not. Nor should they permit the English government to dictate Scotland's budget when both countries legally have equal representation to the Treasury. Scotland must assert its fundamental, inalienable rights in full, and when the Scottish Government abdicates responsibility for the governance of Scotland, as they do on a daily basis, Alba and the Scots as a nation must hold them to account. There must not be a lessening of Scotland and its status as a sovereign nation-state and equal partner to the treaty. The Scots see themselves, by and large, as a social, community-based humanitarian country, and by asserting their authority, they can make a difference on the world stage. Never again would Scotland be dragged into illegal wars, or have its people and businesses deported from the country, nor have a foreign country dictate who can and cannot live, work and train in Scotland. If the English establishment want the Union, then let's give it to them, under the terms that it was signed. There is no state government, despite there being a parliament, No constitution, legal system, religion, parliamentary sovereignty, nor clause granting the transference of English parliamentary sovereignty onto the Parliament of Great Britain. No majority rule nor clause granting dominion based on MP, population, nor voting numbers. No party political system, capital, territorial border, nor military, and the rules governing the English Parliament prior to its abolition are irrelevant to the new Parliament. Scotland is an equal partner with equal authority. It must take its place in the Parliament of Great Britain, not at the back of the room, as is currently the case, as though it is a minor party, but at the table directly opposite the English Government as an equal partner. Scots must stop seeking permission to act in Scotland's interests. Alba, as a new party, has the opportunity to begin as it means to go on, to assert Scotland's rights and hold the Scottish Government to account, instead of permitting the abdication of responsibility to continue. And when both governments attempt to subjugate Scotland and bring the Scots under English dominion, Alba must remind them firmly that Scotland is a sovereign nation-state and retains its right to dissolve the agreement if any breaches to the terms of the agreement are made. These include, but are not limited to, the English IM Act and the attempt to write into law English parliamentary sovereignty, which fundamentally changes the very nature of the treaty itself. They must be reminded that Scotland has a majority of pro-Indy MPs who can, at will, make a proclamation to dissolve the treaty, and they will do so. Make no mistake, Alba is rising.
Thank you very much indeed, Gail. And that brings to the end the motion on Scotland and the world. There are no cards in against. Can I ask that the motion is passed by acclaim? Now, delegates, we've had a very, very busy morning and afternoon of debate, and I thought that might be a nice idea as we build up to the main event, which of course is a drawing of the raffle, to have a musical interlude. So I'm going to call Ian McGilvery on stage, and after he plays for us a bit, love to hear his music, I'm going to call for a short break till 3:30 to allow some of our stewards who are volunteers to take a brief break from their duties, because they've been on duty throughout all of the events, so they can come in and see the leader's speech. I'll be happy with that. Then at 3:30, steady boys at the back, I'm not finished. Then at 3:30, we will hear two topical motions, one on Afghanistan and one on Kashmir. Then there'll be the raffle prize draw, and then we will have the main event. So first of all, I'm going to pass over to Ian McGilvery. and we will get started. Thank you. No, yes. Yes. When I because he's going to invite me to. Getting people from upstairs to come down is a good idea. Yeah. I've spoken to the paper about what to do. That's his water. What new water?
So I'm just conscious of other people that are going to be here before him.
I'll keep an eye.
So I've got a spare just in case.
There's a spare one right in front of me. then no, please sit here, Kenny. And then when Alex speaks, obviously you'll be up there and I'll be here. When he's speaking, you'll be where I am. When he's finished speaking, he's going to send me up there to then be you and him here. The prizes will be, I'll announce it, once you announce the winning numbers will be given to the lady that did the draw and will be attached to the prizes in the other rooms. We don't have to hand stuff over on the stage.
You about to start?
In just a second, yeah.
I need to ask Kenny a question.
Yes, Morgan.
The resolution against me
yes.
doesn't seem to recall emergency when it refers to the year 2019.
I think
and it's a very complex subject.
It is.
Long resolution.
Which is why, yes.
Against everybody who's responsible. It's not going to commit us to anything.
No, all I'm going to ask them to do is
to be against you, against the forces of human.
Is he okay? He was already taken care of. It's just that I made the mistake of asking when he got enough water to just come into his head.
Sorted. Just say the question. You can ask the question, but I can't make content support that without a debate. Okay? I can't. They want a debate. We can profit.
I'm speaking. Can you just go and not say anything controversial? Okay. Yeah, so like, you know, speak about Kashmir.
I'm going to call it personal motion. And welcome back. We now turn to our topical emergency resolutions, of which we have two. The first one is on Afghanistan, which you'll see on the screen behind me. And to move that topical and both topical and emergency resolution, I would add, is Dr. Yvonne Ridley. Please welcome her to the stage.
It's crowded. Conference. I have walked through the killing fields of Iraq, Syria, Libya, Palestine, Darfur, and Afghanistan. And without exception, I can tell you those in the front lines of suffering are without doubt women. The UK's involvement in each of these engagements has been shameful, exposing imperialistic ambitions at the cost of ordinary people. The focus of this motion today is on Afghanistan. You don't need me to tell you of the horrors that have been visited upon the Afghan people for centuries, but the last 2 decades have illustrated the abject failure of Western policies that attempt to bring peace by the barrel of a gun. The cynic in me says Western policy hasn't failed because it never existed in the first place. Firstly, we were told by Blair, remember him, and his cronies that this war was all about preventing another 9/11 by toppling the Taliban. Then we were told it was to get rid of Al-Qaeda and make Europe's streets safer. And that worked well, didn't it? The Spanish are still reeling from the 2004 train bombings in which 193 people were killed and nearly 2,000 injured when 10 bombs exploded on 4 trains in the stations in Madrid during rush hour. Here in the UK, of course, we had July 7, the murder of Lee Rigby, a spree of attacks throughout 2017, from the Westminster attack to the Manchester Arena bombing. And in Scotland, there was the Glasgow airport attack in 2007. France has had its fair share too, including the Bataclan massacre in Paris. Of course, there was global blowback from the far right with the Anders Breivik massacre in Norway and the New Zealand atrocities carried out on the worshippers at 2 mosques. Next, we were told this war was all about human rights and the liberation of Afghan women. Later still, they tried to convince us it was all about nation building. This ever-shifting attempt to justify a 20-year fruitless occupation resulted in the deaths of more innocents both in Afghanistan and overseas. I can't honestly tell you how many Afghan civilians perished or have been maimed by war, because the death toll of Afghan innocents was not deemed important enough to record in the early years of the occupation. Of course, we do know exactly how many soldiers died from the US, UK, NATO and other forces, 42 nations in all. In the fog of war, it was often difficult to tell the heroes from the villains as news of kidnap, rendition, torture, the bombing of hospitals and schools and other war crimes emerged. In essence, the richest countries in the world spent billions dropping million-dollar bombs on $10 huts. You might not like the end result of what's happened, but it seems America and its closest ally in the UK replaced the Taliban with one of the most corrupt governments in the world. And look where we are now. Back to the future, Taliban Mark II. Invoking scenes of Saigon, 1970s, we saw horrors unfold as a US airplane attempted to take off from Kabul civilian airport while hundreds of fleeing Afghans attempted in vain to climb on board. Afghanistan has been totemic to the West since the first disastrous wars from 1839 to 1842. This latest conflict has lasted considerably longer, but the one constant has been the arrogance exposed by the colonial attitude towards the Afghan people, who are often portrayed as violent, backward, and medieval. The truth is, the Taliban did not create Afghan culture. That has existed for centuries. The culture is dominated by Afghan traditional values. Westminster couldn't care less about these souls and is more focused stopping migrant boats packed with Afghans from crossing the English Channel. There will be those who are and have been critical of what I have to say, but we either find a way of working with the Taliban or we walk away from the Afghan people right now. If we abandon them, it will be viewed as the ultimate betrayal. I'm urging you today to acknowledge that the Afghan people deserve better. I say we find a way of navigating through this uncharted territory, and instead of returning with more troops, why don't we send in an army of teachers and airlift humanitarian aid? Let's bombard the Afghans with practical help. Everyone agrees the security, welfare and education of Afghans is pivotal. I know the Taliban leadership personally, and I can tell you we do have something in common. To be brutally frank, they like us about as much as we like them. But we also have other shared interests, and that is for Afghanistan to put behind 5 decades of war, strife, famine and occupation. And they can only do that with our support and help from around the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ridley. I'd now like to invite David Henry to second the motion. David.
Conference. This is an important resolution. When Scotland becomes an independent country, we need to have a foreign policy that shows respect to all other countries. We need to be helping create peace. So we should, of course, engage with Afghanistan to help the people that we've now abandoned, even though it wasn't in our name. Support the resolution.
I have no cards in against, so I'm asking conference if the resolution is passed by acclaim. Our second and final resolution before we turn to the main events of this afternoon is one on behalf of Scottish Asians for Alba. It's a very long resolution. I don't even know if it will fit on the screen, but for it to be in order, I'm simply going to ask the conference to commit to the following, which is what is being asked, which is a declaration of support for the upholding of international human rights obligations in Kashmir. That is the sum total and the sense of the motion. And I'd like to call to propose that motion, I believe perhaps this party's newest member, Mohammed Shuaib, who proposed the motion, and will be seconded by Naseem Malik. Both are Scottish Asians for Alba. Mohammed Shuaib.
Conference, this is the first time I am speaking from this platform. It gives me great pleasure to be with you. I have been living in Scotland since 1985, and I have worked throughout my life for the independence of Scotland. This history which we are making today, and when I'm looking at the audience today, it gives me a lot of encouragement that we will achieve our dream and Scotland will become an independent nation. Now coming to the main theme of the motion, Kashmir has a long history and a turbulent area in subcontinent. The first UN resolution was passed 21st of April 1948. We declare that all the foreign forces should be withdrawn from Kashmir and people should have fair and free plebiscite to determine their own future, like we had in 2014 referendum to decide. So it was on a similar basis, but that never happened. People of Kashmir still waiting, and they are suffering. Today's theme is more on human rights violation. We have some over 100,000 people have been killed in this conflict. 35,000 women have been raped. Some 13,000 young people aged between 12 to 18 are missing, and their parents are still waiting to hear about them. This is the history of Kashmir. Even now we have another superpower which also engaged, which is China. We have seen the border conflict between India and China last year, where hundreds of army personnel died from the both sides. So conference is very important that the message goes to international community, from the international community to all those who are inflicting these human rights violations, no matter which part, whether it's under administrative Indian Kashmir, Pakistani Kashmir, or Ladakh, which is partly controlled by China. Kashmir has population of over 12 million people, 84,000 square mile radius this state exists. And we were far more independent before these two countries, India and Pakistan, became independent. So I want to highlight some of the aspects from United Nations report. What I'm going to say today is, it's not my wording. These are the wording and the finding of United Nations Human Rights Commission. The India should give respect to its international human rights obligation in Indian held Kashmir. Pursuant to the United Nations report on Jammu and Kashmir in 2018 and 2019, an independent inquiry commission should be established to probe all civilian killings, torture, inhumane and degrading treatment or punishment, arbitrary arrest, detention, sexual violence, enforced disappearance, destruction of properties, and excessive use of force causing serious injuries by use of pilot firing shotguns. That all members of international media should be allowed and encouraged to advocate strongly for the three parties to the Kashmir conflict, namely the people of Jammu and Kashmir, Pakistan and India, to embark on the path of dialogue. That all those who held in administrative detention ensure full respect of standards of due process and fair trial guaranteed to them under international law. We have Article 6 of ECHR, which gives right throughout European Union, and also United Kingdom is a signatory of that article, which gives people free right to defend themselves if they have been charged for anything. And also, I would request all those human rights activists, we heard from Yvonne today, she has a history of working, advocating, and sometimes suffering herself. And thank you very much for your work you've done for many countries, for highlighting the human rights violation and abuses. And I would also urge upon the conference and the delegates to support us in our difficult time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mohammed Shoaib. And to second the motion, I'm delighted to call Naseem Malik from Scottish Asians for Alba. Naseem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Conference, very good afternoon to you. Can I take just a minute and congratulate the Chair, Chris, their team, who have done tremendously hard in the background to set up this beautiful conference. And thank you. And especially to thank you all, the most beautiful people, for making this successful. I wish not to repeat what Mr. Shoaib has said, so I'm going to cut it short slightly. The Indian authorities have imposed broad restrictions on freedom of movement, banned public meetings, shut down telecommunication services and educational institutions, and detained thousands of people without their will and without any charge. And critics are threatened with arrests, so nobody speaks. The authorities are maintaining stifling restraints on Kashmiris in violation of their basic rights. It is using harsh counter-terrorism, sedition laws, and draconian Public Safety Act to clamp down on peaceful demonstrations and detention without trial for up to 2 years. Political activity is disputed. In this disputed region is in a deep freeze. Businesses are struggling, people's rights are being suppressed, arrests, torture, and ill treatment of security forces is a norm. Pellet guns are used to disperse peaceful demonstrations. Young girls are kidnapped and raped. Young boys are tortured and put in prisons. Enforced disappearances, extrajudicial killings, and rapes are the norms. The Indian government's media policies in occupied Jammu and Kashmir empowers the authorities to decide what is fake news, plagiarism, and unethical or anti-national activities, and to take the punitive actions against media outlets, journalists, and editors. The policy contains vague and overboard provisions that are open to abuse and could unnecessarily restrict and penalize legally protected speech. The government crackdown adversely affected livelihoods, particularly in the tourism-dependent Kashmir Valley, where the losses are now in billions. And they have now doubled because of the COVID. Access to the internet is not available. The pandemic has made access to the internet crucial for information, communication, education, and businesses. Doctors have repeatedly complained that lack of internet was hurting the COVID response. The impact on education has been particularly severe. Graduate students and teachers have been unable to participate in conferences or have their papers published, causing willful harm to their careers and violating the rights to education. The situation has only deteriorated in the past 2 years, a process of throttling of democracy and democratic rights, which has resulted in a forced silence in the region. Please join me to condemn these atrocities and human rights violations against the innocent people of Jammu and Kashmir. Indian oppressors should reverse their abusive policies and provide remedies for those whose rights are violated. The authorities should take immediate steps to protect rights by releasing political detainees, upholding the right to free speech, including by withdrawing cases against journalists and activists, restoring full internet access, and holding to account officials responsible for rights violations. Extensive abuse of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in the disputed Kashmir yells for the attention of the international community to probe into the violations of human rights reported by local and the international bodies. It calls for the United Nations attention to step forward with collective action against abuse of human rights at large. It is high time for the international community to probe into the matter on an urgent basis and take necessary actions to protect human rights as described in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. My friends, it's our duty to voice our concern on every forum, whether posting on social media or writing to your local MP or any other forum you may find appropriate. But please keep this issue refreshed in the eyes of those who are responsible for resolving it, so that collectively we can put an end to this grave issue which is affecting lives of millions of innocent people. And people of Kashmir deserve the right to self-determination and end to the human rights violations which have gone on for years. Thank you very much for your time. I second this motion. I would urge you to please vote for the motion. Thank you.
Thanking the same, so Conference is being asked simply to declare our support for the upholding of international human rights obligations in Kashmir. Is Conference happy to approve that motion? Thank you very much indeed. We now move to the very exciting raffle. I'm going to ask Ken McCaskill MP to draw the tickets. I saw Neil Hanby had his laid out. I've told him to put them away. There'll be absolutely no cheating whatsoever. Can I ask Eileen Newman to come to the stage? She's been working so hard. It's going to work like this. The raffle tickets will be drawn by Mr McCaskill without conferring with Mr Hanby. Then those raffle tickets will be passed to Eileen Newman, who will take them and attach them to the items in the lesser hall, and you can collect your item if you are a winner at close of proceedings. Kenny.
All right. That's orange 473.
That's orange 473. No
Blue
one.
443.
Blue 443.
Blue 138. Orange 130. Orange 595. Blue 418. Pink 432. Pink 528. Pink 686 and orange 640.
Thank you very much indeed. Congratulations to all the winners, and I'm delighted that there's been no luck at all at this table, quite rightly so. I hope you ordinary members win everything. Now, before we play you a short video, you'll have seen in the lesser hall we had a selection of baby pics, and you were to try and attach names to who the babies were, and it's been quite a lot of fun. So I'm going to ask Christina Hendry to come up and let us know who some of you thought the babies were. Christina Hendry, joined by Robert Reid, all from Alba Youth. So they're on the screen behind you, Tina.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you. So, we are Alba Youth, so we thought, youth, baby pictures. Who can guess who's who? So we asked the candidates from the May election if we were willing to send a baby picture in, and we picked 11 and put them up on our stall for everyone to guess. Now, I thought it would be too easy, but it clearly wasn't. So we helped you all out. We wrote down a list of the names so you could match them up. Still wasn't very easy. Alex Salmond came over and asked where he was, so that shows how easy it was. Someone thought that I was Brian Topping, so I'm hoping Brian takes that as a compliment. I don't think anybody guessed Chris McElhenney, apart from his mum and dad, obviously. So, yeah, it was quite difficult. So nobody got 11 out of 11. I did, but I got the photo, so I don't think I count. So there was 3 people who got 6 out of 11. So I was quite impressed, because some people got none, but don't worry, it was very hard. So out of the 3, we are going to just draw one, and that'll be the winner. And the prize is a House of Commons bottle of gin, kindly donated by Kenny McCaskill. So thank you to Kenny. So if you see that blonde baby, that's Chris McElhenney, no one could get. And the dark-haired child with the dungarees, that's Brian, but I suppose he looks like me. So there you go. So we're just going to draw them now. Robert actually is going to ask Tasmina, our chair, to just pick one of these 3
prizes. So we'll see who wins.
Okay, and the winner is Jim Torrance.
Oh. I'll bring the bottle over to you, Jim. Very well done.
Yes. I think Alba Youth were trying to run the competition at another event, but I think you're going to have to tell us who they all are.
We'll have to get new pictures for next time. So, in the top, that one was Suzanne. I got it right.
Suzanne Blackley.
Number 2 in the beautiful, beautiful fleece. That was Josh Robertson. The one below, on the first page, that is Tasmina. A lot of people actually thought it was Alex Salmon, so there must be a likeness. The one below, Josh there, is Heather McLean. The one at the top next, number 3, is Eva Comrie. The one next to that is our very own Corrie Wilson.
Oh.
The one below in the black, this was the most guessed, so clearly there must be, you can't have changed very much. That was Alex Salmond. He must still look about 4 years old. And the one beside, that's me with the cheeks. Yeah, there's one last page, if they're able to change it. I know you're all wanting to know who everybody was. So we said that was Chris, that was Brian, and the last one was Judith Reid.
Thank you very much indeed.
Yeah, we'll see. Robert thinks it was that hard. We're going to also say who came joint second and third.
It's only fair, I think. It was Irene Buchan. She got 6 as well. And Christina's mum actually got the other one. So,
Perhaps a slightly unfair advantage there.
Yeah, she already knew 2, so she doesn't get a clap. She already knew 2 of them.
She was very lucky.
So thank you all very much for taking part. It was 50p, I guess, and all the money is going to go towards campaigning in the future for Alba Youth, but really it's for Alba. So thank you very much, all of you.
Well done. Thank you very much indeed to Alba Youth. I'm going to ask the lights to go down while we play a short video.
I am Alba for a country that can stand on its own, can be free and have a better future.
I'm Alba. I know Alba can deliver an independent Scotland.
I'm Alba for independence because I'm not a devolutionist.
I'm Alba as a young person. I care about Scotland's future and my future.
I am Alba for a better future for our sons and our daughters.
I'm Alba. I care about my sons and my grandchildren. I want a future for them and theirs, and for yours too.
I'm a husband and a dad. I've got 3 daughters. Women's rights is important for me. I don't want to see them diminished in any way.
I want an independent and prosperous Scotland.
I am Alba for a new road to independence.
I'm Alba for an independent Scotland which is nuclear free and poverty free.
The only person who is working completely for independence is Alex Salmond.
I'm Alba because I believe we're going to bring the fight, the hunger and the passion which will turn the no to the yes.
I want a party that puts independence first and intends to, at the earliest opportunity, start negotiations for independence, and that's Alba.
I'm Alba because I want action on independence now.
Delegates, please welcome to the lectern our Deputy Leader, Kenny McCaskill MP.
Friends, when I was proud to serve as an MSP in Holyrood, when it aspired to be an independent parliament for the people of Scotland, not seeking to become an exclusive members-only institution, I was often asked by children and young people who came to Parliament as a constituency MSP if I knew the First Minister, to which I had to respond that yes, indeed I had been at school with him. So Alec and I go back a long, long way. We have, and still have, disagreements. Indeed, we disagree on football allegiance, but I note an honourable draw was had satisfying both earlier today in the Edinburgh Derby. I also know that apparently in the biography of him by David Torrance, the disagreements that he and I have been narrated widely. But what I can say is that throughout the time I have known Alec, he has always had my back, and he's always had the cause of independence for Scotland at his heart. He's a man who's had his trials and tribulations, but he's conducted himself with dignity, with decency, and with courage. It was those values that saw him convene the first SNP and indeed independence administration, to lead the first independence government, not an executive, and delivered the first independence referendum. He still has fuel in the tank and the road to run. And the best way I can introduce him is to mention a song that I take from Ireland, not a rebel song, but a folk song. And the chorus goes, "An outlawed man in a land forlorn. He scorned to turn and fly, but he kept the cause of freedom safe up on the mountains high." I give you Alex Salmond.
Well, thanks for that introduction, Kenny. I have a question, but I mean, isn't the Irish word for outlaw Tory? You noticed that Piper McGilvery was playing Highland Cathedral. That actually is an illustration. That song, that famous song, that talisman rousing chorus of the world reach of our country. Highland Cathedral was actually written by two German musicians, Ulrich Ruwer and Michael Korb, for a Highland Games in Germany in 1982. And I often wonder when I hear that song and the other influences of Scotland worldwide, is, oh, what a wonderful thing it would be if we could marshal that goodwill, that soft power that Scotland has to Scotland and the world's benefit. Now, Alba, we are 6 months old. But in reality, delegates, we are 2 days young. A political party, it starts with an idea, sustained by a belief, but it's the people, the members, who make the party. And that has come into place gloriously for us in the last 2 days. The fabric that makes our party, our women's wing, our youth wing, our Asian wing, are being woven into an Alba tartan. The result is going to be both amazing and formidable. I'm interested, this is only a portion of our strength. For very obvious reasons, many of our friends and fellow delegates couldn't be with us under the current circumstances. Indeed, some accidents befell some. Izzy Zambonini, who has done so much with Tasmin Ahmed Sheikh to make this conference possible, was victim of an accident just a few days ago. But I'm delighted to tell conference I received a message this morning that she is on the mend and watching this conference gavel to gavel. So you better all behave. Delegates, our core belief is independence for our country. Not as an aspiration for the future, but something to be delivered with urgency. Not for the hereafter, but for the here and now. There have been 5 national elections in Scotland since the first referendum in 2014. In each of them, the parties of independence have won a majority of seats. In this year's Scottish election, it was both a majority of seats and, thanks to Alba's small contribution, a majority of votes as well. And yet, despite that clearly expressed mandate from the people to at least urgently reopen the decision on independence, no progress has been made. Now, of course, there's always a reason. We had to wait until Brexit. But 2 general elections were held during the Brexit process. In any case, Brexit was not a reason for delaying independence, it was a reason for accelerating independence. And then there's the pandemic. Why should the pandemic be a reason for delaying, at the very least, the preparations for a referendum? The pandemic didn't stop the actual Scottish elections this year, nor should it have. Why then did it delay independence preparations? My favourite Bill Murray film is Groundhog Day. It's the theme of somebody caught in a time loop. And that, of course, that theme, the time loop theme, has been dealt with many times in film. It's usually a comedy. But for Scotland and independence, it's becoming a tragedy. To illustrate this clearly, let's take the headlines over the last few years from one national newspaper selected purely at random. Now, let's have a quick look at some of the highlights. 1st of August 2015, you can't stop another referendum if the Scots want one, Nicola Sturgeon. The 13th of March 2017, here we go, from a Nicola Sturgeon press conference. The 9th of June 2018, get ready for Indy Ref 2, from Keith Brown. The 29th of April 2019, Indy Ref 2 most likely before the end of 2020, Nicola Sturgeon. 30th of January 2020, if this Parliament votes for a referendum, it will have it. Mike Russell. The 15th of November 2020, independence referendum is to happen next year. Ian Blackford. Well, that is good news. Now, these are not the remarks of some overwrought, overheated backbencher. These are the remarks of the First Minister, her Deputy, the SNP President and the Leader of the Westminster Group. Is it any wonder that Westminster Tory politicians seem pretty relaxed about any political challenge for Scotland? The grand old Duke of York, he had 10,000 men. He marched them up to the top of the hill and he marched them down again. The next line of that song is Rule Britannia. And that's exactly what will happen if we constantly march people up to the top of the hill and march them down again. Bill Murray, he was only trapped in his time loop for a few months. Scotland's referendum Groundhog Day has lasted 6 years. And now in the run-up to the SNP virtual conference, we have the announcement this week that a reduced civil service team are going to be asked to start preparations for an independence white paper. Wow, had me back. It is. It is perfectly reasonable for the SNP to conduct a virtual conference, but not to conduct a virtual independence campaign. The real task, the task which this party is applying itself to, are these. Firstly, to formulate a strategy for bending Westminster to the will of the Scottish people. That was exactly what Kenny McCaskill laid out in the first debate of our first conference. After 2011, we faced down David Cameron and George Osborne. Are we really saying that Scotland can't face down Boris Johnson and the disco king himself, Michael Gove? But it won't happen by itself. If we start that campaign for Scotland's claim of right, if we started it now, today, a referendum would still be some day off. But one thing's for sure, if you never really start the next independent campaign, then you shall never, ever finish the independence campaign. Our second task as a party is to refurbish the independence platform for the post-Brexit age. On Europe, on currency, on borders. Indeed, Alba candidates did more work in that in the 5 weeks of the election campaign than the party of government have done in 5 years. We didn't get much opportunity to promote that work during the election. Now we have, and this conference has been a great start. And the third task is the most important, and that is to follow what was done in the referendum campaign itself, to inform our fellow citizens of the case for independence. What wins converts to the independence cause is the arming of the people with information. Not that the policies of any individual political party, however good they may be, but the facts and figures illustrating the fundamental case for freedom. Now, looking at the first independence referendum, when support for independence rose by 15%, there was one publication which stood out as winning converts to our national cause, the Wee Blue Book. It was not throwaway leaflet, but a pamphlet articulating the cause. And so I commit Alba today to assist with the publication of a new edition of this information, the wee Alba book, The Case for Independence. I've asked Robin McAlpine to write the text, and the book will be edited by Stuart Campbell, who of course produced the Blue Book itself. Now, a couple of days ago, I had a postcard from someone who described themselves just as a supporter of independence. I've got it here. He or she wrote, "I just wanted to wish you well for the first Alba conference. I'm not a member, but I'm a supporter. I'm looking forward to hearing positive ideas from Alba. There's generally a quote from Burns that can be found in these situations. And this is what he or she wrote. Here's freedom to them that would read. Here's freedom to them that would write. There's nae never fear to the truth should be heard, except whom the truth would indict." Friends, we're a new political party. We're not rich in finance, we're not rich in money, but we are rich in ideas. We'll need to fundraise to allow us to help deliver the Alba book and the truth about independence to Scottish homes and households. However, from the soundings I've taken already, let me today commit that we shall aim to deliver 100,000 copies of the Alba booklet around Scotland before the local elections of next year. And so independence is our aim. But with other independence parties available, what is our unique role? You know, delegates had an idea a while back when I was leading another political party. I thought if the SNP could present itself as a coherent left-of-centre political party, it could replace the Labour Party as the dominant force in Scottish politics. I knew back in the 90s it was a long-term project, that Rome wasn't built in a day. But I also knew that there was another, more immediate role. Because every time the SNP won a by-election or spiked in the opinion polls, all of a sudden the Labour Party rediscovered their historic, very historic commitment to self-government. Now this, I've got to say, it worked out pretty well, because it ended up with the Scottish Parliament reconvening on the Mound. So as it was then for the SNP and Labour, so it is now for Alba and the SNP. Make no mistake, in the long term, Alba wished to be part of the government of an independent Scotland. However, the very first political breakthrough scored by this party will concentrate the minds of the SNP Green administration and concentrate them wonderfully. Independence will suddenly become the first thought, not an afterthought. It will be like having an SNP conference run-up every week of the year. Because it is Alba who provide the grit in the independence oyster. Secondly, Alba provides an independence insurance policy. Another idea I had way back was to persuade people that if the Party of Independence demonstrated competence in running the government of a devolved Scotland, it would build up confidence in our ability as a people to run an independent country. You might remember that Lord George Foulkes, then an MSP, once accused us of making public services in Scotland better than England, and he complained we were doing it deliberately. Free education, free prescriptions, new hospitals, new schools, a bridge over the Forth, a railway to the borders, a bypass for Aberdeen. He was right. I was doing it deliberately. But now, delegates, the reverse is happening, and I presume it's accidentally, because the record of the SNP Green Coalition on education, health, the economy, local government is at its very kindest mediocre. So is its record on the pandemic. And when that immediate cloud of the pandemic lifts, they shall be judged on that, and probably harshly. We must not have independence judged with it. We do not want people turning back to the tired old unionist parties, or worse still, staying at home. There has to be an independence alternative. Make no mistake, Alba is now that alternative. I want us to make that case, and this is really important, particularly online, by talking up Alba, not running down the SNP. We have a noble cause. Let's do it justice. In the last 2 days, we've already demonstrated that we've got ideas and positive vision enough to take the country forward. We have, for example, the 5-point plan for tackling child and family poverty. That's what you debated today, the poverty that stalks this land. That plan shows what can be done now by local and Scottish Government to directly assist families. Instead of taking the money out of the pockets of families, we put money direct into the family budget. And remember, friends, that tax and cut, as Neil Hanby memorably described it yesterday, doesn't just affect the unemployed and those with disabilities. We heard from Councillor Michelle Ferries yesterday, the grim reality facing many working families in Scotland. And the Tory Chancellor wants to take £20 out of the weekly budget of 200,000 of such families in Scotland. £20 a week out of the family budget. It must not be allowed to happen. And when we advocate universal school meals, breakfast, lunches, all levels of education for all children all year round, let's do it with imagination and verve, mobilising the great chefs of Scotland into creating the menus. Scotland produces the finest food in the world. Is it really beyond us to get it into the mouths of our youngsters? Then our resolution on the climate emergency demonstrated not just the Scotland's contribution to the global challenge, but the imagination required to reboot the Scottish economy to meet the renewable revolution. We could harness Scotland's resources to Scotland's benefit, not by closing down the North Sea, but by forcing investment into carbon capture, clean burn hydrogen and renewables. Instead of steering generation away from Scotland through sky-high transmission charges, let's channel the resources into development of our clean, green, massive energy base. 10 years ago, offshore wind was in its infancy and hugely expensive. Now it is hugely lucrative, worth many billions, and moving into deeper waters, Scottish waters. Scotland needs a stake in the generation of wealth from our own natural resources. That's why the concept of a Scottish National Renewables Corporation is of such importance. Scotland requires a share, let's say 2.5%, in every single major field, onshore and offshore, and therefore in a position to insist that the infrastructure, the platforms, floating or fixed, must be built in Scottish yards. The Campbelltown. The Campbelltown Tower Factory, which I intervened to save in 2011, is closed this week. The Bifab yards are idle. The receivers of Campbelltown this week said there was no prospect of a recovery in the marketplace. What? The market is booming. What is lacking is the political will and the industrial strategy. Every warning, every single warning our national movement has issued about the pillage of our country's resources over the last half-century has come to pass. Now, with 1/4 of Europe's entire offshore wind resource in our waters, we have a second chance to put things right. For 50 years, the cry of "It's Scotland's oil" has resounded through the politics of Scotland. Now let it be "It's Scotland's renewable energy." And thirdly, on our agenda yesterday, we discussed proposals for a written constitution for an independent Scotland, a fundamental law for creating a new state from this ancient nation. Of course, much of the publicity surrounding the motion focused on Alba proposing an elected head of state for an independent country. And just let me assure the Sunday Express, I am not a candidate. I have no ambitions in that direction. Because, I would have been surprised, astonished, if Alba had advocated anything less for an independent country. But there's much more to it than a written constitution, much more to that than an elected head of state. It's about the protection that every citizen should have under the law. We have governments in Westminster, and I'm sorry to say in Scotland, who are careless of citizens' rights. Less than 2 years ago, the Westminster government attempted to bypass Parliament with the royal prerogative. The Scottish government seem almost oblivious to women's sex-based rights as they pursue gender self-identification in a divisive way and with an urgency totally lacking in the independence campaign. Why not? Why not utilise the citizens' assemblies to take some of the heat out of that debate? There are now real, profound questions on the impartiality of the Crown Office and the blurring of the proper boundaries between the legal system and politics. And now, our own Parliament that we campaigned for, fought for, protested for, demonstrated for, seeks to restrict the right of protest by petitioning that champion of human liberty, Priti Patel. What an appalling misjudgment! Scotland doesn't need Priti Patel and shouldn't need even the Strasbourg Convention to defend our citizens' rights. The Convention is a backstop. Our primary defence should lie in our own fundamental law, our own written constitution for a free and independent Scotland. Now, friends, as we reflected yesterday morning at the start of our proceedings, it's 20 years since the events of 9/11 plunged the world into darkness. And yet, at that moment, amid all the suffering, America was never stronger, as the entire world railed against the atrocity and rallied to her side. Like Pearl Harbor, it traumatized but united America. But that moment of solidarity, of unity, was lost in the rage. And instead of a law enforcement operation to root out the evil of Al-Qaeda, We've had 20 years of invasions and occupations, leaving hundreds of thousands dead. For much of these 20 years, the SNP and a few others provided an alternative view in the benches of the House of Commons. Didn't win a single vote in the House of Commons, but marshalled much respect out with it, providing just a glimpse of a different world view that an independent Scotland might take. I look at the House of Commons and the SNP benches, and I see nothing of that now. With just a few honourable exceptions, such as Joanna Cherry, Angus Brendan McNeill, Douglas Chapman, dissent has been absorbed into the benches. The SNP have been assimilated into dangerous neocon nonsense, just as America is turning away from it. In the last 150 years, no political force from the Celtic countries, not even the Irish Parliamentary Party at the height of Parnell's powers, not the radical Liberals in Scotland, not the Red Clydesiders, not even the Labour Party, achieved the dominance in seats that the SNP have boasted at Westminster over 3 general elections. And what exactly have they done with that trust, with all that political influence? Nothing. They've settled down at Westminster instead of settling up for Scotland. The world of 2021 is not the world of 2001 or even the world of 2014. Much has happened. Brexit, COVID. Nicola Sturgeon said on Friday that COVID had made the financial case for independence more challenging. She is wrong. These great events, these world events, make the economic and the social necessity of Scottish independence overwhelming. Friends, in 6 months, Alba has come a long way. We have more than 6,000 members. Our local organisations stretch the length and breadth of the country. We have 15 councillors, 2 members of Parliament, and now a team of elected official office bearers elected by you to take the party forward. More importantly, even than that, at this conference, we started to build a platform of the Scotland we seek. We seek a Scotland of social justice, a free Scotland which frees Scots, with the education and health services in public hands which will make us proud. We seek a Scotland which banishes weapons of mass destruction from Scottish waters and Scottish soil. Alba will never desert the cause of unilateral nuclear disarmament. And we seek a Scotland which contributes to the greatest challenge facing humanity, global warming. Our country is blessed with 1/4 of Europe's offshore wind power, 1/4 of Europe's tidal power, 10% of wave power. That's potential. But let's use that potential for our benefit and for the benefit of humanity. The future of Scotland lies in mobilising our natural resources. But the heart of that, and deeper still, it lies in mobilising the talents of our people. Some years ago, the American historian Arthur Herman, he wrote a book entitled How the Scots Invented the Modern World. Now, if that's true, and much of it is, then why can't this generation of Scots reinvent a modern Scotland? Our unionist opponents, they say we're no capable of that. Genetically ill-equipped, as one Labour politician famously said. Well, delegates and friends, our position, Alba's position, Scotland's position is not just that we can, but that we must and we shall reclaim independence for our people and for our country. Handing back the chair to someone who's superbly chaired our proceedings over the last 2 days, Tasmin Ahmed Sheikh.
Thank you so much. I just want to take this opportunity to say thank you to a whole lot of people who have helped make this conference possible. I want to thank, first of all, our tech team at the back there. On sound, Phil Zambonini and Robert. On lights, David. On avian projectors, Simon Bain and his team from SLS. And on the outside broadcast and live stream, Alan and Ian. And of course, Indie Live. Thank you very much for doing what you were told. Can I thank all of our wonderful stewards, all volunteers. We put on a conference under really difficult conditions. Many volunteers that had volunteered initially and really wanted to be here couldn't because they're self-isolating or other health issues. So for those of you who are able to make it, we are forever indebted to you. Thank you. A special thanks to Izzy Zambonini, who's already been mentioned. She couldn't be with us today, but has worked so hard behind the scenes to make this conference happen. And I know she's watching it on the live stream. Thank you, Izzy. Also, huge thanks to Gail Hendy, who's been in charge of the registration desk with Karen, Alex and Gail all weekend. And even today, which is her birthday. Happy birthday to Gail. I'd like to thank the conference committee, the Scottish Agents for Alba, the security team here, the catering staff, the venue, Inverclyde Leisure staff, particularly Ian Dyer. And I'd like to thank you, delegates, you here in the hall and those who I know are watching at home. You've made this conference everything that we hoped it would be. And I also want to thank Eddie Kearney, who yesterday passed me a song that he's written for Alba, for our inaugural conference called Jimmy Watt o' Greenock. Thank you so much. We have so much talent in this party. And with that, delegates, I'd like to thank you for the immense privilege it has been for me to serve you and chair this inaugural conference. Now, to finish conference, we're going to hear some music, and we will finish in the traditional way after we've heard a couple of upbeat jigs, and that will be with Scots Way. Thank you. Please welcome Ian McGilvray.